Well, this evening we've got an amazing guest who has got so many games to his name that I think it would be pretty hard to give an introduction that does him justice, but I'm going to do my best. Peter Scott is an Acorn Games legend. He developed so many popular titles for the Electron and the Beeb that if you had one of those machines, you almost certainly had at least one, if not several of his games. From superb ports from like the likes of The Last Ninja, SimCity and Barbarian to truly original games as well, like Pandemonium, Thunderstruck and Ransack. Peter really left his mark on the Acorn gaming scene and on gamers like me and you, I imagine, as well. So it's a real honor to have the opportunity to talk to him now. Before we get started, I just want to say I really encourage people to submit questions. If you can do that via the Zoom chat box, that would be great, because we'll obviously have a Q&A at the end of the talk itself. So feel free to fire off some questions to me, and I'll do my best to field them at the end of the talk. So without further ado, I just want to kick things off really, Peter, and ask if you could tell us a little bit about how you first got into games programming, because I think it's fair to say you tried a few machines, right, before settling on the Electron.
I did. I sort of, I mean, I had almost every single machine. My first was a ZX81, which I suppose was most people's at the time because it was the cheapest, which I got for Christmas. 1982, was it? 81. Well, ZX81 is the clue, isn't it? It should be 81. So I spent 7 hours typing in a lunar land again, which turned out to be the letter A coming down, flickering, going on and off as the screen went into fast mode, and then it not working, and then the RAM pack wobbled, and then it crashed. And then so I had to put it in the hall, like sort of outside the living room. So I sat there on Christmas evening, typing the whole thing in again, thinking to myself, is this the future? But it was the future, in a slightly different form. And I just used to buy magazines and type programs in, and that's where I learned to program, because I sort of worked out what things were doing, how things worked. And I just changed this and that, you know, I put my name in the game and all those sort of things that we all do. And so it went from there. But after the ZX81, I had an Auric, I had a Lynx, I had a VIC-20, I had a Dragon 32, 3 Dragon 32s, 2 Auric ones. I mean, you know, I had almost every machine. The thing was that in those days, they weren't very reliable anyway. And if you're using them all the time, like I was, then, you know, they would literally just break because they would get hot, and they weren't particularly well assembled, I would judge. So I ended up having almost every machine, and because I had every machine, you know, I'd buy the magazines for each machine and read up on the games and everything. So I had a fairly reasonable idea of what was coming out on what machine, which I used to sort of, when I, you know, a little bit later on when I decided I'll try my hand at this programming lark. Having that knowledge was like a nice base of information to think, well, there's a game like that on the Commodore 64, on the VIC-20 or something, or a game like this on the Dragon 32, because often the games would be, you know, people would write on a machine and the players would buy the games on that one machine, and they wouldn't have any experience of anything else. It was like so very, you know, if you had a Dragon 32, you just played the games on that. It wasn't like nowadays where everything was on everything. So that was, you know, that was how I got into it, and I kept buying the magazines, kept taking the programs in, and I always wanted the BBC Micro since I'd seen them, you know, when they were launched, and we got some at school, and replacing our one Commodore PET computer, which had been the school computer before then. It had the tiny little keyboard and the cassette player in it. It was an early one. I mean, you know, someone had donated it to the school apparently, so we got some in, and I liked it. It was powerful. It was, you know. But it was also £399. I think it's 325 when launched, and then they put the price up. Probably before it actually left the doors, did it? I can't quite remember, but because it sort of sold out. And so when the Electron was launched, someone mentioned before, you know, big mistake. It turned out to be a mistake in a way, but the timing was all over the place. You know, when people wanted it, you couldn't get it, and when people, when people didn't want it, there was lots of them. A failure of supply and demand. So I got Electron, I think, after my Dragon 32, which, quite appropriately for Dragon, it caught fire. It was just sitting on, and I went out. I think I went out and made a cup of tea, and I came back, and I thought, what's that funny melted plastic smell? And there was like a tiny flame inside. It was like coming from the power brick, which I put right next to the back of the machine. I was like, oh dear. So I think I bought that one from Boots. So I queued in Boots with my slightly singed Dragon 32, right at the chemist counter because the computer bit was shut. And so there's all these old ladies getting those prescriptions. That's me with my singed Dragon 32 that I handed in, and said, please sir, can I have a refund? And they gave me a refund. So that gave me I think £120 or whatever it was, and then the rest of the money I'd made because I'd had a couple of things published in magazines. So I used that to buy an Electron, and I bought my first Beeb a little bit later after having a few more games published in magazines. I didn't sort of start off wanting to be a programmer. I wanted to be a car designer because I like cars and I like drawing, and that's all I really wanted to be. But I was starting to realize being a car designer meant you had to start off designing door handles and indicator lights and circuits and things. And I thought, well, I want to draw soupy sports cars. I don't want to be designing the wheel nuts for a Ford Fiesta. So sounds too much like hard work. So I was thinking about doing something else, and then a certain Mr. Gary Partis, who I knew at school, we knew each other, but we weren't really friends at that point. I sort of got to know him slightly, and he wrote Positron, I believe, in 2 weeks or 3. He'd probably correct me on this. I'm sure he spent a long time labour of love on it, and earned several £1,000s, which I remember thinking, bloody hell, he earned several £1,000s from writing. I was getting like 50 quid here and 100 quid there from magazines for things. I thought, wow, that's a lot of money. So I thought, I'm going to give that a go.
So was that any of the reason why you thought that the Electron was the way to go, or what other sort of thoughts did you have about it, or was it just the next thing you hadn't tried at that point?
It was literally because I always fancied a Beeb, and this was it's also like all of us, I imagine, the newest gadget, the latest thing. Even if it was cut down BBC, it was like sort of the new thing. And also it would be the first one. I mean, the Dragon and the Vic sort of had a proper keyboard, but not really, in that the Vic was very spongy, and the Dragon, the keys kept popping off because it was not as bad as the Auric one, where the keys would get stuck underneath the badly made bit of plastic that was covered the keyboard, and so the key would just be repeating on the loop. But yeah, I didn't really connect with sort of Gary and stuff because I thought, he was writing all these complicated machine code games, and I was just sort of writing some jolly platform games and bits and pieces. I didn't really connect my stuff with his at all. And I just knew vaguely. It was like sort of the following. That was around about the Christmas time, and the following summer was when we knew each other better because we hung around a bit together. So. And he helped me with some programming stuff, and I helped him try and make his games a little bit less suicidally difficult.
And your first sort of foray into games programming on the Electron was by magazine type-ins, right? And I think your first one was Millipedes. This is the first one that you had published?
Yes, it was. And Personal Computer News, which I think didn't do many typing games, but basically I just sort of would just sit. I see now, I think there's Grid Runner on the VIC-20, one of Jeff Minter's early games. There's no llamas in it. Well, there probably were llamas in it because there were llamas and everything that you heard. But and the idea of it being a snake game, but on the grid, I thought, that's quite a nice idea. So I just based the game on that. But I hadn't really played that game. I just sort of see the picture in the magazine, so I just sort of made it up as I went along, which held me in good stead for some of the conversions that I do later on. Seeing a picture in a magazine and then having to write a game around it. But and I think I was paid £95 or was it £195? I can't remember. I remember sort of getting the check and going to my dad and going, look, I've earned some money, because he said, you'll never make any money doing that lark. That's a load of old nonsense.
But I think he said that you hadn't really made any money because it had just paid you back for the computer, right?
Yeah. It took me a little while to sort of come back with that, though. It wasn't like a thing he said instantly on the spot. He just came afterwards. It's almost like it occurred to him later on. But you bought that computer, didn't you? So you're actually down on the deal? I'm like, oh. he changed his mind. But by the time sort of 12 years later, when I left sort of the video games industry to go and work on TV shows about the video games industry, he's like, "What are you leaving that job for? It's a great job." I was like, "Well, you changed your mind, Dad."
And this game was a BBC Basic game, right? It wasn't assembler at this point.
That was just all basic, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it was written on the Electron. So yes, BBC Basic though, because it would say Acorn Electron BBC Basic, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Yes.
But obviously, this is only the beginning, right? So then we had Haunted House as well,
which was Attic Attack, really, but not quite as nice. You can tell it's an early one because the sprites are all one color. Because I hadn't worked out how to do multicolor sprites by then. They were just user-defined characters, I believe. So I was learning on the spot, and the great thing about the magazines were like if the game looked vaguely pretty, you sort of had to pick something that was reasonably current and that people seemed to quite like, and write it quite quickly. And if it looked pretty, then they tend to publish it. And I suppose for them, they were getting content. That would be like 7-8 pages of densely packed listing. But to the users were getting a free game if you were willing to spend 12 hours typing it out, and for me, I got some money for it. So it was quite a win-win-win situation, I would say. So, but I sort of learned through trying things out and making things myself. Obviously, I mean, before the internet, the trouble was you sat there, and the great thing about the Beeb and the Electron was the user manuals, which were fabulous. The advanced user guide, the user guide, so you could actually look stuff up, and and there were hints and tips and stuff, and then of course I got to know Gary, and he was like sort of a font of all wisdom for anything that was like sort of quite difficult to do. So, Gary, how do I change the color halfway down the screen? I've heard you can do that. That kind of thing. So he was a good resource like that as well, and always very helpful. So I sort of learned on the fly just by sort of trying a few things out, and I think the rooms on the Haunted House were drawn just using sort of the plot and the line commands, that kind of thing. And the key thing, of course, to writing the game on the Beeb Electron, speed, but memory was the crucial thing. I've had machines with bigger sort of memory beforehand. And the memory was always tight, obviously, on the Beeb. So you learn all the tricks about, it's sort of the sort of thing that nowadays isn't particularly valuable. That, SimCity conversion would fit into 1/10 of the size of an Icon on my Mac, the entire game. And trying to explain that to someone, them young people nowadays, they don't seem to quite get the, it was a bit of a technical challenge, I would say. So, and I had developed all these techniques to cram as much into it as little as possible, which is, once you get all the memory in the world, it just seems a little bit, easy.
Yeah, they're just spoiled today, Peter. That's what it is.
Yeah, because those 3D graphics and all, that's dead easy. You just sort of stick a camera in and it's all built in, isn't it? Graphics cards, all that nonsense.
So you did some other type-in listings for the Argus Press software group. I think we had this is technically 2 games. So it was Wally and Wendy Goes Walkies, I think. Yes,
why did it become 2 games again? Legal reasons. I think one of them was released on, or one of them was to the magazine, one of them was to Argus software, the separate publisher. I can't. The thing was that I used to send everything off to everybody, sort of, and once I'd sold the game to someone, they'd occasionally ring me up and ask me if I'd could I write a game like that, and ever willing to oblige, my £195. Yes, yeah, of course. So sort of I was just sort of writing lots of stuff. So there were lots and lots of unfinished games, which eventually I think everything got released in the end but I had to go and finish them, which was not much fun, especially when you sort of see stuff you'd written 2 or 3 years ago and it's like, oh my god, what was I thinking? But so they were probably the same game, just one of them had a ribbon in the hair, a bit like Pac-Man.
Oh yeah, like Miss Pac-Man, yeah. And then there was, I think, Roving Robot 1 and 2 as well.
Yes, that jetpack sort of, which was one of the most fabulous games ever. I remember getting that on the spec. I think I got a second-hand Spectrum then, so I had the Spectrum as well as everything else, and playing it. And this thing was wonderful. So it was my slightly more platformy version of that. And you can see, the sprites on these games are starting to look like the stuff that I'd use forever.
I was about to say that actually with the previous one as well. There's a sprite on the Wally Goes Walkies that looks suspiciously familiar from some of the other games as well.
The two color sprites on the one on the right hand side is actually, the background color is yellow and the foreground color is red. It's a square block at the bottom, so it looks like there's two colors in, but it's really just a user defined character, just with a different color background. Oh, the Charlton was ever.
And then this game was actually, I think, one of the earliest ones that you wrote, but it didn't actually come out until 1986. Is that right?
That's right, because it was sort of like in between. Sort of Last of the Three was sort of the next one, the big, the first commercially released thing I had, and this was like a stepping stone thing, and it was sort of in between the, you can see there it's got two colors. It was assembly language in it, so more things on the screen moving, and basically cramming as much as possible onto the screen, to fill it up as spot. And you can see I'm starting to use all the stipply effects to try and make the yellow on the side look slightly different. On my incredibly large, it was a 32-inch Hitachi 20-year-old television that I had my computer plugged into, which is generating so much heat. The wallpaper came off the wall of my bedroom because it was so hot.
Wow.
One of those things, you switch it on, you could feel the magnetism that pulled all my hair out. You could feel it when you switch the telly on an old clunky telly. But especially after a few hours on, everything would shimmer slightly. So you could get the effect of, someone was mentioning before about different. It'd be better to have some more colors. Well, on my old telly, they were seeing on a cub monitor where it was all very clear. I was like, oh my god, you can tell that's just pixels that are alternatively colored. But for the 8 colors that the Beeb had, I think they probably picked the right. It's very difficult to obviously, especially when two of them are black and white, which are they technically colors? I think technically they're not colors, but so they picked a good set. The flashing ones are always a bit of a cheat, really. That's not really a color, is it? It's more of an effect. But it would have been nice when the Master came out if they somehow managed to squeeze in some, maybe something that was a little bit less garish and bright, and something, a flesh tone would have been handy for games, but never mind.
Yeah. So I'm curious with Hunky Dory. So this wasn't designed to be a type-in game, was it? This was a full version game that you wrote it sort of fully in '84. Was it a finished game back then?
I think it was. I think it only had sort of 4 or 5 screens, because I wrote it and then I had an idea. Again, one of the things about when you're writing stuff yourself was the motivation to finish something is quite, especially when you're experimenting and trying things out. It's really hard sometimes because you see something else that you think, oh, I'd like to write a game like that, or you have an idea and you think, actually, I'll see a little hardware trick somewhere and think, I know, what about doing that? So I end up with quite a lot of games that, there's a little character running around, quite cute, and I spent a lot of time trying to make that look quite nice, and then there'd be nothing else. There'd only be a terrible tune playing, and I'd spent ages designing a font because I'm still a bit of a font nerd, and obviously I look at them now and wince, but you had to try and fit as many characters in as possible on the 160 pixel across screen. So half with fonts. It was a bit of an art to making those look legible as well. And I'd always spend far too long. But I'm like that now. When I write documents, I spend far too long picking a font for the title page. And when I started working telly, I couldn't actually write a program. I worked in development, thinking of ideas, and I couldn't think up an idea unless I had a nice title page and a catchy slogan, which is just the way my brain sort of works or doesn't.
It's better than staring at a blank page, right?
Exactly. Yes. But cycling through like 1,000 fonts is not really a productive use of time. Yeah.
So everything that we've been discussing up to now, I think you'd have designed and written on the Electron.
Yes.
And then I think it would have been around about now that you actually then moved on to the BBC Micro. Is that right? I
think I'd managed to save enough money in between all the crisps I was buying from with my vast royalty checks to buy a Beeb. So and it actually they said it was going to take 2 weeks or something, and it turned up the next day. It was some ridiculously quick thing, so I was dead pleased. And that Beeb was still working about 6 months ago. It's in my brother's house up north. After he dusted down the thousands of layers of dirt on it, switched it on, and the boop, the screen flickers a little bit, but so that beeb that I obviously used quite heavily, as in it was on 24 hours. Yeah, I probably never switched off, which is, again, is that a good thing? It's probably a good thing. So the one thing the Acorn computers had, and my Electron had been the same actually, was they were actually built really well compared to everything else. Nothing caught fire there.
No, that's good. No, they tend to just do that nowadays. When if you've left them for too long, then they tend to explode. But
well, the pensioners in effect, aren't they? Everything's getting a little worn down. Not like us humans or anything, of course.
So developing on the BBC, was that? How did that feel compared to the Electron? Was it an improvement? Did it
that was the first
to do, or
yes, because I had a disk drive as well. So so having a luxury. Previously, everything had been on tape, so you can imagine, especially when you're doing machine code and something goes a bit wrong and everything crashes, and then you have to So you wouldn't save it that often, or you try. And I worked out how to save the bits that just changed and everything, but it was all a bit of a. And obviously, when you've got a small amount of memory and you're with later programs, especially, you're loading lots of bits in, compiling stuff, saving it out, loading it in, saving it out, so just because you couldn't fit everything in at once. But the disk drive thing was, I think that was, the equivalent now of going from a physical hard drive to a flash memory type drive is like, wow, I could look at 2,000 fonts. No, there weren't that many fonts on the BBC one, really. But I could find more things to do, waste time on, but yeah, it was much better. The keyboard was nicer, I never did like some of the teletext mode. Always made me just think of the teletext and share prices and waiting for that page to update for that one, and it not updating again. Have to wait for the next one round. So I never really used that whatsoever in anything. And obviously it had the advantage of, if you were in modes 0, 1, and 2, it wasn't cripplingly slow like the Electron was. Just which was a compromise I know that sort of had to make at the time, but it was still a disappointment. But people got around it.
Yeah.
Not me, but other people. I used Mode 5 for almost everything just because it was you had some memory and you had some colors. It was just even a reasonable compromise, especially when worked out how to interrupt the screen to change. That's why all my games tend to have a panel of some sort on the screen, apart from the early ones, because that could be a different color. So I'd always leave a bit of space for that. And it had to be a reasonable size, because otherwise you get the little flickery lines sometimes bouncing them down if it was playing sounds and things. So you had to leave like sort of 2 or 3 pixels ideally, or maybe a little bit more, and not change the black color. Otherwise you get a horrible flickery line. So so it was little things like that hopefully made things look a little bit nicer.
And so would Yo-Yo have been the first one that you wrote for the Beeb, or was this still something that you'd written previously on the Electron?
I think I started it on the Electron and then got bored and done something else and then went back to it. So but it's all got the same sort of the same sort of look as every. I did have one sort of style, really, did I? I mean, I look at the games now, and I did try occasionally to do something a bit more serious, but I always ended up putting in a cutesy spaceman or a bouncing thing and writing a silly story and all that kind of stuff, because it's kind of sort of appealed to me. Because games should be fun, not Nowadays, it's running around shooting people in the face all the time, isn't it? or driving a car or kicking a football. And is there any other sort of game? But in those days, you could write a game about a British Secret Service agent who'd retired and then written a book and then was being taken to court in Australia, and that seemed a legitimate subject to write a video game about. So. Whereas I don't think, Electronic Arts would do something similar nowadays, like for a worldwide audience. I can't really see that happening.
Maybe not.
Spending $200 million on something like that. But it didn't cost $200 million to write Spycatcher, I have to say.
So I'm curious with games like Yo-Yo, because we'll come on to this a bit later. I know it was published as part of the famous Peter Scott trilogy, but was it a game that you wrote it? Was it that you didn't have anyone that was interested in publishing it at the time, so you kind of shelved it for a while, or were you actively trying to get it published elsewhere?
It was, I think it was one of the last ones that was more basic than machine code, if you see what I mean. So
yeah,
and it was really. It was a bit sluggish, and the way I'd done the screen storing, I couldn't get many. And I'd worked out some new methods to do things like that. So I sort of put it to one side when I'd written it, and was using these like different techniques. Also, I'd seen games. I think I'd seen. It might have been Frack actually, with the bright backgrounds and the and I thought, oh, that looks pretty, because I always stuck to black backgrounds, and just because in one of my early programming I didn't know how to store the background behind the sprites. So, but again, I'd worked that bit out, because around this time was when I was sort of going from. I was supposed to go to university, and I did, and then I sort of did a year at university, and then decided to take a break from uni and just program full time, because I was sort of starting to earn enough money to live off in those very simple times in my very cheap little house, and so I thought, well, so I'd done my uni, and obviously I was working very hard at university, going to all the lectures and socialize. Well, I was socializing a bit, but I wasn't really. But it did take some time up, and so I decided if I'm going to do this, I should do it properly, and I should make a proper. So I sort of, in effect, started a business and everything. I was in the government's enterprise allowance scheme. The government paid me to write some of these games, which made me smile.
Wow.
I went they sent you on an induction course to run a business, which is all boring accountancy stuff. And there were me, and being where I was up north, there were me and 30 ex-miners who'd all been sort of semi-retired or left or injured, who were all like window cleaners. So, and I said, well, I'm starting a software business to write video games. And the silence in the room was astonishing. And the bloke went, well, we kind of help you with that, like? You may as well go home. I went, okay. But they paid me £40 a week for a year, so that's fine.
Well, that was helping itself, I guess.
That's a magazine game a month. It was actually, because, and also, they come and check on you, and you had to have £2,000 in your bank account, but the bank sort of transferred the money in, they checked, and they transferred it back out and charged me a tenner, which apparently they were doing all, none of this was particularly dodgy or anything. I had a good relationship with my bank, I have to say, which came in handy later on when I became a different person. So. So with yo-yo, it's sort of, I put it to one side and went on with sort of developing what became the last of the free, and sort of again, because I'd seen other things, and bright lights and shiny things, and just trying to make something a little bit different, just to do something else. And gameplay wise, it was based on everything I'd done before, so I thought I'll do something hopefully a little bit better.
Now, Pandemonium, which was obviously another of the three in the trilogy, this is a personal favorite of mine. Just put my cards on the table. Really like it. It's got Airwolf as a theme tune. Is that right?
Yes. Well, you see, copyright was especially with the sound quality available, and then basically the one thing that I could never ever do was music. I really, I'm still tone deaf when it comes to I can't sing, I can't play the musical instruments. If I dance, it looks like I'm having some sort of epileptic attack. I have no musical abilities whatsoever, and so when I had to do music, I was desperate. I would take, I used to go to user groups, and there'd be like discs with people who had tunes on them, and I'd take them and I'd play them backwards. I'd speed them up. I'd miss every other note out just to try and get something that sounded. So some games of mine, would have these bizarre little things in the background, and I remember was it Ransack or whatever, like that little when you die. That took me a full 3 days just to tuning every note very slightly, and it was still flat. And I used to get so frustrated with the music part. So, and of course, you didn't have anyone else to do anything. And I did ask my brother, who sort of played the guitar, but he sort of looked at me and went, no, and that was the end of that. But yes, so yes, so Airwolf was on some public domain disc, one of those, or maybe in a magazine or something. So I think I just took it and fiddled with it a bit. I can't remember, but I just thought, because I wanted the game with playing some music throughout. So that was my idea.
It works. And I think when we were chatting before, you said this loader screen in the bottom left. I think you actually did this loader screen, didn't you?
I did, yeah. Because that one, it's just a sort of a blown version of the game stuff. I was quite pleased with all the different, again, stretching those focal with the letters at the top, especially. But it didn't have superior software, Acorn software, and I think that was added at a later date, because it wasn't really, it wasn't out for by them then, that was quite good fun. That had all the transporty stuff around, which again I used in other games, and you can see the main character, Hunky Dory, was an enemy, and reuse, recycle. I've always been a proponent of that, and it was the first game where I sort of I cut the screen down to store extra stuff and things like that. So my sort of, I think it's 22 line screen, like 22 characters sort of deep, which would become 21 because the Electron could do 21. It could do one interrupt, roughly 21 lines down. It meant, you were, I think it was up the top or down the bottom. It wasn't in the middle anyway. I couldn't work out how to make it go in the middle, but you could cover up a little bit of, like, say, 11, 12 lines of the screen and store level data and things like that in screen memory, which, in effect doubled your actual working memory. So that was very handy to have. And also that sort of aspect ratio of screen was sort of, what people, it was not so much TV, it's a bit wider screen than TV. So, but that's a wider screen, narrower screen really. But and so it made the games look a little bit more cinematic. Maybe I'm pushing it slightly there, but the aspect ratio seemed to work quite nicely for games, because I suppose it's the aspect ratio we have in widescreen now. It's like a 16:9-ish.
And had you moved to sort of fully assembly code by this stage? Was Pandemonium pretty much 6502?
All the moving bits were, but for most games, even SimCity, there was a little core of BASIC in the middle.
Okay.
Because once you worked out where all the once you've been through every single byte of memory and knew what everything did, you could fill up all the bits you weren't using. If it was a disk game, you could use the tape buffer. Which was like sort of 100 and something bytes of extra hexadecimal of 3, 8, whatever. So and I had this little memory map which I was stuck on my little notice board with all these things written onto it. So that's say a high score table on that thing, because that was the right amount of memory to score a high score table in. And when it came to things like, say, a high score table, writing that in assembly would be all the maths, and it's not very nice. It's not fun programming. It's like sort of accountancy programming, really, or writing an Excel program. So and BASIC can do it quite quickly. And if you used all your abbreviations and crammed as many bits on a line as possible, it wasn't that inefficient. And it didn't need to be fast or anything. Things like, so there'd be a thing calling the game loop. And the entire game loop would be in assembly, but things like, it would give out the start and the end would be in BASIC. Also, it sort of followed a little bit of the piracy stuff, because it was just a pure machine code file. It seemed a little bit easier to nick. Whereas when you had bits of BASIC all over the place, especially some of the hacky programs, they wouldn't work very well, which I watched when I used to go to user groups to observe people pirate my own games and other people's games. Not saying who I was or anything, just watching. It was quite an interesting thing to see how they did it.
That's quite amusing that you saw your own games being basically pirated by other people, user groups.
Yeah, he always writes the same stuff, this bloke. There's no point. Me and Gary Partis used to go to one. It was like miles away, because we didn't want to go to one right next to where we lived. I remember they drove 20 miles to like a user group somewhere, and we watched them. And Gary, obviously being a better programmer than me and being very, very, very technical and protection and all that sort of stuff, and they crack his games quicker than mine sometimes. And I always thought, he was always very bothered about it, and he was always, and I used to giggle at that. And I'd watch it. Had I had some pirated games before I'd started writing them? Yes, of course, because we sort of all did, and you passed games around and whatever. And obviously, I typed stuff in from magazines, so it's the earliest version of public domain, sort of ish. But that's when I saw, for example, people would copy, say, a disc and then just give it to their mate, and they wouldn't put a write protect tab on it. And I thought, well, if I try to save stuff on the disc and it doesn't give an error, using error trapping, then that means there's no write protect. All the software, all the discs sold by, say, a software company will have they often don't even have a slot in. They're just actually sort of machined without the write protect slot in them. I thought, well, so if I try and save stuff out and it saves, then that's a pirated copy. I mean, I had to remember to write protect my disk when I was testing this bit of the software, but I always leave this till the last bit. And then I think Superior took over doing it, because they were doing the loading screens later on. But and again, it's just through watching people copy stuff, and obviously just being as eager as possible to get a copy and play a game. They wouldn't put a write protect thing on, and people used to think I'd written some very complicated code. It seems to work out. It's been copied. And I really enjoyed that. Whereas Gary had spent sort of, a month writing this very complicated checksum thing that was just checking sort of data on a tape or the disk, or compared to random numbers, seeded generator, all this stuff. And I just sort of joined, if save equals error, then then run. If save not equals error, corrupt disk. No, I didn't corrupt the disk. I thought I didn't want to be sued or hit over the head by anybody. So I did. I think I didn't even print a rude message. It just would go to an endless loop, because I thought that would just waste people's time, which is even better. Yeah. The more time I waste through just sitting there going loading ... the less piracy they can do.
That's true. So I think Network was the last of the three that ended up becoming the trilogy. I think then this is the latest of the three in terms of development, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It was the biggest of the three, but I had made some compromises to get more screens in by making the characters a bit smaller and that kind of thing. And so it was like sort of, I think it had 120 screens, which is quite a lot for the time. Yes, and again, just the development of the stuff that went before. I think the puzzles were a little bit more complicated. They weren't just all keys in a door. Then those three games were released a little bit later. There was that trilogy thing with my face on the front. Well, a version of my face, a digital version of my face.
Don't worry, Peter. We've got a whole slide on that one.
Oh, of course you have.
But all three of these, so all three of the games we've just been looking at, so you wrote them and then they basically sat and waited, I guess, until later.
Because there's so much, I mean, they weren't really practical for magazine listings, because they would have been 35 pages or something, because they're just so much, and also I had to assemble and save out and because that's what I've been trying to write stuff that could be released commercially, like on a cassette, like proper games. And so it was sort of like I was in between, because the quality of they were quite nice playable games, but I didn't quite feel they were up to the standards of what I thought was commercial stuff, because I wanted to be as good as anyone else doing things. So sort of, and again, I did bits of them and sort of left them, and I think those three, I did one, then didn't finish it, got the next one, didn't finish it, got the next one, and then when I got once I got a contract with Audiogenic, and then they say, "Have you got anything else?" I'm like, well, I've got these three. And I went, "Oh, good, we'll do a thing." And it was all a jokey thing down the pub. And I think I signed a contract when a little bit lubricated by booze. And then waking up next morning and Gary driving his car, very fast on the motorway, driving back from London to Newcastle, and me sort of hungover as hell, thinking, did I sign the contract? And have I got to finish those games? So the answer was yes and yes. And Darryl giggling as he used the Amiga Paint program, I believe, to create that cover for the release. But yes, so the way the things came out was all the games, often they'd be written and I'd send them off and hear nothing for 3 months, or and get and then, but I was nothing if not persistent. I would send them off again to somebody else, just change the cover letter, and by this point I'd started sending them off to software companies. I'd sent to Audiogenic, to Superior, I never sent anything to Timesoft, and I don't really know why. It wasn't a purposeful decision. I just didn't. I sort of vaguely knew through Gary some people there, but I didn't ever think to use my contacts, which seemed really weird. But it's not a slight on them or it's a slight on myself. I just didn't really think to do that. And I think I sent some stuff off to. Oh God, I tried everybody really. And I got quite Superior, always very, very professional as always, and very polite. And it's not quite good enough. They would say, "Oh, we have a game quite similar coming out, but we'd like to see your next one." That kind of thing. So I was always very good. But Audiogenic was the one who just sort of said, "Yes, we'll do it." I'm like, okay. And because Gary was already working with them, it became they sort of got a two for the price of one deal. Well, not really, but the two of us became we're writing very different games, but we're in the same place, so it made logistical sense.
I was going to say, because when we had the panel with Darryl and Gary earlier this year, it sounded like Gary was at Audiogenic, and then he recommended you to Darryl. Is that how it worked?
Well, I think he'd mentioned like how good they were to work with, and how and how nice they seemed, and how they seemed on the ball and everything. So it's one of the reasons why I've seen their ads, and and so I sent stuff in. So I'm sure there's some, but I'm not sure actually. I don't know if I had a chat about me or whatever. But again, I was too meek to ever use a personal contact to do anything. So I just sent the thing in. I probably said in my letter, I know Gary Partis, he's a friend of mine. So and it became very handy because the two of us could travel down to see them and that kind of thing. So we became sort of a very yin and yang programming unit, right? Very different games, but roughly at the same schedule. It's quite odd.
So Audiogenic, that marked the point at which you were signed up to one publishing house working full time for them, right?
Well, I mean, technically I was just sort of initially it was just a game by game thing, but after Thunderstruck, I think that's when I signed the exclusive deal thing. So they basically upped the royalties a bit, and as long as I just wrote games for them, because the other games had done quite well. And also, I think part of it was like Gary's games, had done quite well too, and we were both offered the same sort of thing. So it was like a very equitable arrangement. So that was when and I was just quite happy that someone would pay me to do something like this. So I was just quite pleased that someone was giving me some money to write some games with. And I quite, and like I said, at this point I'd bought. Well, I inherited a house. My granddad died, and my parents, who couldn't afford to give me any contribution to go to university, because we got grants in those days, like let me sort of stay in this house for nothing. And I bought it from them, 12,000 whole pounds for a house. My goodness. My mortgage was like £60 a month. And so my expenses weren't particularly high, but I had to earn enough to eat. So and buy silly sports cars I could crash. But yes, so and them sort of increasing the royalties, or I think it might be a bigger advance or something. I can't quite remember. There was something quite nice about the deal, but the contract itself, was a little bit dubious isn't the right word. Restrictive. I think it was for like sort of 20 years or something, and had a 5-year clause if I left to go somewhere else. And I was 17 and a bit, so I think you've got to be. I think my parents would probably have to co-sign it. I don't know, but it didn't bother me at the time. I just wanted to write some games.
Yeah, and I mean, Thunderstruck is probably one of your more famous of the games you've written. I think it's a very popular game. So, what was the sort of story behind this one?
Well, I'd seen a game with a little spaceman in it. I think it might be on the Spectrum, but it was a sort of a bouncy round shoot 'em up type game. And I just thought Little Spaceman looked cute. And also, if you think of the spaceman with the backpack on, it's quite square. The square is good. It just makes all the collision detection a little bit easier. That's why he's got a little, his backpack on. And so it's something like 10% of the memory of the entire game is just the different animation frames of him wandering around, because I want to get really smooth. And I think I had the turnaround move in, but I had to take it out on the first one and then put in Thunderstruck 2. Because Spycatcher had the turnaround, when you walk one way, you go the other way, it's like sort of turn around face to front. Little things like that, which obviously took quite a bit of memory. And in those days, I'd written my own sort of sprite generation software, because there wasn't really much commercially available. And, and it was just, and in Mode 5, everything was very blocky. And, so I designed everything so it was a pixel apart. I was designing a GIF the other day for a web thing I was doing, and just thinking, how I've been doing this for like nearly 50 years now, which just made me smile slightly. Yeah. Nearly 40 years actually, but just like another frame apart, move it around, slightly change the color, so that kind of thing. And obviously the key to getting the animation looking pretty was that there wasn't much moving in Thunderstruck on purpose, so that everything would move smoothly when it did move. Also, it's quite nice to have a big sort of empty place in a man in a spacesuit seems quite appropriate. So it just seemed like quite a nice. It was originally called something else, and I've forgotten the name. but Mind Master, because that became the sequel one. Yes. I think Thunderstruck was Darryl's idea, not mine. So it had a different title initially when I was writing it.
Yeah. Okay. And then, of course, last of the three, which we've referenced a couple of times already. This one is based on an earlier game, is that right?
Well, it was actually written before Thunderstruck, but
Right.
because I think Thunderstruck was the one I kind of done a demo of to get some work, and I've done quite a few screens of this, which again, like it's quite frack-like, and it's bright cyan backgrounds, as opposed to black backgrounds that I've done beforehand. So it just looked a little different, and every level had a name and all that sort of stuff. And you can see my very chunky self-designed font there, which was a little bit narrow, so I could fit in lines of text without looking too lumpy. So again, that was another. I think that one had more machine code in it, and Thunderstruck had a bit more. And by the time I got to say Thunderstruck 2, the amount of basic and the thing was 4 lines of basic or something. Everything else was a assembly, because it just takes a while to build up all the routines that you need. Nowadays, there's libraries of stuff on shelf or with development teams, but you have to do everything yourself in them days. So and I'd built up all the different bits and pieces that you needed, so you could sort of, in effect, a game engine. But you'd always end up fiddling with it, optimizing it, and having a new idea for it. So you'd always be changed around a bit. So I haven't seen that cover before, actually. I don't think, because that's Atlantis. Is that a re-release budget one?
I think it must be, yeah.
Because that doesn't look anything like anything in the game. It looks very violent. These little cute little round things bouncing around, bling bling, and that looks like it's people chopping each other's heads off. Like it's another video game I could mention.
I was gonna say, you never wrote anything like that, Peter.
No. All cutesy cartoony games. Nothing that caused any fuss or had any lady boobs or man boobs in them.
And of course, last of the three, not to be confused with Quest for Freedom.
Completely different games without any relation whatsoever. Quest for Freedom might have something to do with the tests I was doing for last of the three, and then so left there. That's an even stranger title screen. That looks even less like anything. It's like sort of Creature from the Black Lagoon or something. What is going on there? Wow, Mr. Turnip Head is coming out. That hand looks like a chicken. It's very strange. I haven't seen that before either. The thing is that Ultimate games, you finish them, you send them off, and you get sent a copy or whatever eventually, and see the cover art. But things like budget re-releases or the Play It Again Sams, for example, with Superior, then compilations, and then libraries, the library clubs and book clubs that would have the games, and so they'll be releasing all sorts of different versions. I saw I think it was it Thunderstruck that did an Italian? The 12 BBC micros sold in Italy. I just remember sort of seeing it in Italian and just thinking, how on earth would that? But international, obviously.
Well, it's funny because we had a talk back in February with Chris Payne, who was obviously a big marketing guy at Superior, and one of the members asked a question of, did you ever talk to the programmers about the cover art and so on that you were planning for the games? And he said almost never. It was very often it was just done as a separate thing, and so I guess you'd kind of be greeted with it sort of as after the event of, this is what your game's going to look like.
Exactly. I was often amazed at how, I think the first one that I had sort of done, like that was Spycatcher, and it was a wonderful screen that was done. It was absolutely, much better than I could draw, because I can't really draw. I can draw in boxes, like pixels, but like drawing actually like lines and stuff. I can draw like some swoopy 80s looking cars, but I can't really draw anything else. People I can't draw in the slightest. So it was I was always impressed when I saw the screens, because they always look really nice and professional, because they were. I'm sure they're using things like graphics tablets and all that sort of malarkey.
And then this is I was going to say, is it the first of your sort of bouncing Vorg sort of games? This one?
It was, yeah. I got quite obsessed with bouncing. I'm not quite sure why. I just thought it was quite nice mechanic, just to, because when it just adds an element of unpredictability to controlling a game. I don't think I'd seen. I'm sure there's lots of other games that did bouncing things, but again, it was just see us having to draw the legs. There was actually more frames of animation, because the little squish motions were like quite. And also, you've got a round thing. It's not square. Even when it squishes and goes a bit square, it's still not quite square. And if you want it to look reasonably good with all the round off corners, the collision detection, I remember, was a bit of a nightmare. So it's not like it would bounce off at funny angles or anything, but it was just trying to get it to be playable and look cute and be smooth. And that's back to the black background, just make it simpler. And but and I think that's when I sort of had cracked the let's get lots of screens in there thing, where I worked out that, the planet surface on Omega Orb, I mean, there were 3 different sorts of planet surface repeated like 700 times or something. And I just take just randomly pick a point on the screen and, just start the texture from there. So each one would be very slightly different. And I put in like a random amount of stippling of colors and random stars and whatever. So they all look quite different, and so they're quite different every time you play the game, but it was just would see more variety. And an entire screen for Omega Orb was stored in 32 bytes, which is not bad for an entire screen, because there would be a table of like big blocks, which would be made up of little blocks, which would be made of little blocks. So and each would be 1 to 15, because you could store that in 4 bytes, in 4 bits. Sorry, and so you'd cram as much in as possible, and then and then you'd expand everything out, and it had to be. That's why scrolling games were a little bit more difficult to do, because you couldn't compress everything and expand it very easily. Not on an 8-bit processor, you couldn't. So yeah, I always liked that game, because I could actually play that one quite well. Maybe it's just my silly, I don't know, my mentality. Bouncing works for me as gameplay. I don't know why.
I mean, actually, that's an interesting thing to explore a bit. So, when you were writing these games, did you have anybody else test them, or was it basically just you playing them as a test?
Mainly just me. I mean, my brother would occasionally have a go, but he more liked the shooting people in the face games, and he wasn't particularly. And being brothers, you don't really. I was the eldest. My younger brother was was never interested in games at all, so he was always out. Shocking. Whereas and David did play games a bit, but he wasn't really more to use music and that kind of thing. So that was just sort of me. I mean, I don't really remember getting notes from anybody about the games. I'd spend quite a lot of time just trying to make sure they weren't too hard, because a lot of games, especially in those days, a lot of games would be extraordinary, because it was almost like I can eat the strongest curry type of macho competition. Like my game's harder than yours. And it's like, I always thought that if someone's going to spend £7.95 on Omega Orb, and then they're going to die on the first screen every time, it really, and that happened to me in quite a few games, being as rubbish as I was at them, then it gets really frustrating. It seems like such a waste of money. So I always try to make them, someone like me, I could do reasonably well in them, but by the time I get to the end, obviously it had to be a bit harder. And I tried not to make them so that you had to go and pick something up, then go all the way over here, then do something, because I couldn't really. That's why I never really got into Elite. He says, being blasphemous. I know, but it's just that all that flying around selling blah to blah just to make enough money to actually shoot someone. It was a little bit like hard work, and I'm not much of a trader, but I just wanted to fly around in space. I was quite happy just watching it. It was beautiful. I can never get the docking right. I love Revs, but I wasn't that fond of Elite. I marveled at its technicalness. I just got a bit bored with taking quarks to Neuro, whatever it was. It just didn't really tick my boxes, as you can probably tell by the sort of games I wrote.
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, though, you were saying about the macho-ness of making a game, as difficult as possible. I would have thought, as the programmer, I mean, part of you wants somebody to get past the first screen, because you'll have built so much game, and if no one ever moves beyond the first screen, it's almost like they never get to see it. Have
you built so much game? You see, if you don't want to, you just make it very hard to do. And I know of quite a few people who, and it was one of those little programming tricks. I remember Gary having a lot of trouble with Sphere of Destiny, the fabulously named rolly ball bouncy thing. Not a bouncy one, and not quite as bouncy. It's more like sort of solid. His ball. It sounds a bit rude, isn't it? But because that was generated, seeding the random number generator and generating it so it had like 1 million levels or whatever it was, it was very difficult. I think level 4 was almost, you had to do like one little thing that was technically possible, because everything was technically possible, but that no one could do. I remember I spent a full day testing it, trying to get past a bit and failing almost every time. And then I sneezed at one point, and it I accidentally sort of bumped the key, and it did it. And Gary went, "There, it's fine." Because obviously changing it was because you changed that one, you couldn't change one level because the whole algorithm the next level would change everything. And he was sort of just wanted to get it. He'd started to write it and got bored with it and wanted to get out the door. So, or had an idea of something else. And I remember that. So I used to play test his games a bit. and he would look at my code occasionally. I think because he didn't so much. I don't think he did write some platform games, didn't he? But he wasn't really into my cutesy sort of games, and I wasn't really into shooty sort of games. So perfect compliment to shooting. Right?
No, sorry, I accidentally skipped ahead just then. I was about to say that a lot of people obviously are familiar with you doing ports to the BBC, but the Omega that was a consideration of you porting to the C64, right?
Yeah, and Thunderstruck and Thunderstruck 2. It's a good, the 3 games. Obviously, the idea was that they looked like Commodore 64 games. I think, they which I took as a bit of a compliment, because obviously they had more memory and everything. But obviously, because they had bits of BBC Basic in them, then there was no real easy. If it had been pure 652, but even then you'd sprite routines all very different, hardware sprites, and my lovely music would have to be rewritten for the far more different music capabilities. And I believe I spoke with some programmers who were doing C64 stuff at Timesoft, I think, and through Audiogenic, but I don't think anything ever came of it. I vaguely remember sort of starting to write it, then getting bogged down in flickery sprites and things, and and sitting at the Commodore, very American, very cutesy sort of user documentation, sort of hitting my head against the wall, thinking, why can't it be like the BBC manuals? And obviously, a part of me was like, okay, I know the BBC like them really well, and I don't know this at all. It's horrible. It's not. Everything looks brown, and But the flip side was it was a big market and getting bigger. So I'm thinking, oh well, okay. But it's useful I had a Commodore 64 there for like sort of future things, because I had this wall of computers. There's this picture of me with my lovely curly perm hairstyle, a big like line of computers with my 64. I think there was an early Atari ST there, one of the very early ones. BBC Master, BBC Electron, and NES. So all the big line, all with I had 3 monitor stroke televisions, so I had switch boxes, and yes, it was my wall of computers. It's like NASA in there, it really was.
Mission control.
It kept my my little stone cottage very, very warm. Nothing caught fire, but it kept very warm.
So in terms of the ports, then it didn't end up coming about. You don't have any of the old C64 code that you wrote?
No. I think that there will be scraps of it, bits and pieces, but I believe like some of you guys have some source disks of mine that I don't have anymore.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I heard rumors about this. Although I did meet my brother's found some discs up north just this morning, because I asked him ages ago when we first spoke about doing this and to have a look to see, and he forgot. And he's away, he's lorry driver, he's away a lot, and so he went, I went through all the rubbish of yours that's still in my loft. There's all these car magazines you've drawn all over. Yeah, well, I want my car. Like, your box of Lego. And shut up. And he found some discs. I said, don't put them in the disk drive, because I was told not to. So he's going to send them down to me, but goodness knows when they'll turn up. I think I'll probably end up sort of being up north once all the lockdown's over, as in next weekend, isn't it? I want to go to my dad and all that sort of stuff. So I'll pick them up myself.
Oh, very good.
No. There'll not be anything of the
C64. Yeah.
And speaking of bouncing,
yeah, I was going to say. So this was obviously another bouncing style game, and I think this is one you're particularly proud of, isn't it, Peter?
Because I hadn't written any shoot 'em ups. I tried my hand at them, and and just not really found anything that was original or interesting to do. Because and again, the technically the best programmers would write the fast games, because writing a sideways scrolling smooth hardware type is very difficult to do, and so it's more of a challenge to myself just to see can I make something that looks like a game of mine and it's quite smooth, but will work on the Electron and will work on the BBC, so no hardware scrolling, so everything was software. So if you notice the little strip of land at the bottom of Ransack doesn't get very tall, it's because that's the only bit that's moved. The stars are all moved at parallax different speeds, they're just a pixel, and the character just really moves like a character does in all of my games, really. And everything else is good. Instead of they do come on that way sometimes, but it's mainly that way. So I broke the game down to all these different bits, and that one was a game that I spent a bit of time was actually a bit of memory, so it's because it wasn't a billion screens, it was all held quite easily. So things like a high score table and some tunage for what it's worth. And it was a fairly original bouncing. It's a very difficult thing to design the levels for, because when things are going quite quickly at the one speed, they will go quite quickly. You've got to make sure that it's not impossible, and try and vary things up a bit. So it was, I think it gets a little bit harder, reasonably sort of, watching people play it earlier, it seemed to be a little bit hard. Although people are playing it without knowing that if you hit the things that are all stipply cyan and yellow, that's like energy sapping, and that takes away your power. So don't hit that. You should only bounce on the red things, really. It checks the color of the pixel, and then it takes the thing.
I mean, I think having a bouncing and also horizontal scrolling game, that hadn't been done before, had it?
I don't think so.
No.
And as I've found in my subsequent sort of career, combining two things that are sort of slightly different to create something can sometimes create something that's really new and really, I hopefully did the same when I was making telly shows. I'd sort of mixed two different, a factual show and a sitcom or something, to try and make something different. Just because, if you've got like a little bit, I always felt that if you had an idea behind something that was a little bit novel, you could catch people's attention. And then if you caught their attention, then, they might, take interest. So it was always a case of like trying to make, and obviously, in those days, there were no game designers, or not really. You thought the game up, you wrote the music, you did the graphics, you did the sound effects, you'd often have to end up writing the story and the instructions and play test, and so you did the whole thing, really. I didn't do the cover art, but because I can't draw. But no, it was a case of you almost did everything. So but I was really pleased with Rise. I played that quite a lot, actually. I quite like that game.
And there's a bit of one-upmanship with Gary on this one, right? Because I think, isn't it? It's well, I'll let you say it. Faster than
Spycatcher.
Yeah.
Well, because I was moving chunkier pixels. Was he in mode 1 or I was in mode 5? I can't quite remember. But I did. I just wanted to make it so it could go faster and faster. Obviously, it sort of went the one speed vaguely. It didn't really speed up because variable speed scrolling was even more of a nightmare. Although possible in software and much harder in hardware. It would look very juddery otherwise. But yes, it's with all the waves of aliens coming at you and the side view and stuff, you sort of had, because you moved backwards and forwards in the field of vision, whereas on Spycatcher sort of fixed in the middle of the screen, you had more leeway to move around, so things could move faster without it being ridiculously hard. So I think I sold it initially as saying it's like Defender but cute, which it's reasonably sort of on a spring. I think I had 3 things in that little sales line. Like, Defender on a spring but cute or something. So, and it did what it did. But we do. Me and Gary put little bits and pieces in it. Gary also put stuff inside the code in text. So you had to be very nerdy to see that. I never did. And I had things on my high score tables occasionally. Just all names of screens and stuff. Just because it's what you do, because you're 20 and and you're making these things up in your bedroom 18 hours a day, well, 18 minutes a day or whatever. But so you just sort of do what you do to have some fun.
Well, as you know, it's been featured today on the high score challenge. So I'm just going to break off and hand over to Ed, who is going to reveal the results.
Well, first of all, Peter, I'd like to thank you for your games, because you've mentioned some. There's at least 3 or 4 games I haven't played of yours, and I will definitely be playing them because I like your style of writing. It's really,
thank you. That's very nice.
The thing about your games is I feel they're fair. We're doing one on the high score challenge. If you took that's
the least I can do. The least I can do. I'm a very big believer in fairness. I've gotten in trouble in work and stuff because when something's unfair, I get very annoyed, be it in the game or in life in general, and things are quite generally unfair. So I always try to make it so that you wouldn't suddenly die for no reason, if you see what I mean. That's why there'd be an NG level, because at least it gives you a chance, and you can so I try and make it so you wouldn't ever get die instantly and then start again from miles away, then die instantly, and that kind of thing. So thank you.
So they are fair, and that's appreciated, and they are hard too, but they're not overly hard. They're playable. So we want to award this month's cup. The winner of tonight's high score challenge is Chris. And the first game was won by Elk 1984. Then Chris took over and Elk 1984 disappeared. He didn't really, because that's not a bad score. In 15 minutes on this game, that's actually a pretty good score. But Chris just, as usual, blew us away. So Chris, what have you got to say? Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. I think that's my best ever score at Ransack.
Better than minus what I ever got.
I think I got through to like level 3 or something. It was quite a good run, that one.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I think, and thank you for all the great games that you've written.
You're welcome.
To be honest, I think my favorite one is perhaps one we'll come on to a bit later, which was actually Thunderstruck 2. That was the one that I had at the time. So yeah, I enjoyed that one a lot.
Oh, thank you. I like that one too.
So Chris, you're a 4-time winner. You know, we may have to bring Wenger in.
Yeah, that's the only reason I win, is that Wenger hasn't been to these events so far.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent score. Yeah. Thanks, Peter.
Welcome.
Thank you both, and congratulations, Chris.
Thank you.
So, okay, this one's new. This one's a slide I wasn't expecting to see. So this is the live edition. There you go. It actually even says in the top there.
I did mention the cover art.
Yes, you did. You did.
And what did I think of it? Well, Superior was like sort of fantastic, and Megapower. I mean, Megapower. I think they had the bigger boxes, didn't they? But last three were just the little cassette boxes. But it's bright, but it's fairly. I don't know. It never sort of made me think, wow, that looks like brilliant. But I didn't really know anything about boxes, like I still don't. So I would never complain about anything. I just sort of go on with it. I thought the Thunderstruck box was a bit nicer than that one, because at least it was a spaceman. Whereas the smoke? You see the smoke on there, and there's no smoke in the game. I just think too. I'm a bit pedantic about these sort of things, I suppose, which is probably the wrong way to be. But
artistic license, Peter. That's what it is.
Absolutely, yes, and the more artistic license, the better. But just and obviously. I think it's used less colours than I had the BBC, but no, I'm kidding. I suppose it just had to stand out on the shelf, and that's all I had to do. I'm eating a Jaffa cake, sorry.
Well, as Chris mentioned, this was one of his favourites of yours, Peter. So Thunderstruck 2. So what was the thinking behind the sequel here? Was it more that you wanted to do with the original, or? Well,
again, I sort of after I worked out a way to store more screens, more stuff, and and I'd never really had I'd written lots of similar games, but not really a sequel. So, and Thunderstruck had done quite well. So I mentioned about writing a sequel, and Audiogenic were keen. So, so it had a bit more complicated, more screens, more animation. Again, everything I just I got a bit better at doing the bits and pieces, and so I managed to cram a bit more in, and I quite enjoyed that one because interesting. It was based on the previous one, obviously, but I didn't use a line of code from the previous one at all. So it just you end up sort of thinking, I'll just reuse everything, but then you get to think, well, actually, right, if I swap that, right, and so I ended up changing quite a lot of it, and then I think at one point I just stopped and started from scratch, which I did a few times on quite a few games. But I quite enjoyed writing it, and it was fun doing sequels, really nice. So that was one of the certain games you sort of got in your head, oh, that was a complicated one, or that was difficult, or that one was easy, or that one was a nightmare. And that one, that one I enjoyed from start to finish. It was like sort of a nice experience writing it. And again, it got I think it was the first game I did that got really nice reviews everywhere. So it was like getting 9s out of 10s everywhere and stuff, which I was really pleased with.
And I mean, I think it had something like twice as many levels, didn't it, as
Yeah,
the original? How did you manage that?
It was just sort of the screens were actually slightly more complicated as well. It was just because again I would repeat screens and reverse them and flip them horizontally and vertically. I think I tried to flip them diagonally, that never quite worked. But anything just to try, it made designing the map quite complicated because you had these sort of blocks of screens that you reused. But by repeating the screen and changing, you just make the whole game feel bigger and more epic and just have more stuff in it. And I wouldn't really do it on purpose just to make people walk from one end of the map to another, because that's a little bit boring. And
there were one or two games that used to do that, I remember.
I remember. Actually, Last Ninja was a bit like that. You had to go all the way across the map a couple of times. I remember that and thinking, oh, and we weren't technically allowed to change it, but we did. Because no one, when we're doing the conversions, no one ever actually checked what you do in the end. So you don't tell Richard, but we can make gameplay improvements due to technical reasons. Because you have to, But no, I was really pleased with where that one came out, and that was I delivered it on time to the day, and it came out at the right time, and the box looked quite nice. It was all sort of spooky. And 2001: A Space Odyssey, I think they're down there at the bottom there. So I don't mind being associated with that. And I said good reviews everywhere, and it was just like a nice game to write. So.
And was this the last game then that you wrote whilst at Audiogenic? Is this the?
I think it would be. Because in the meantime I've been. Superior, I think I'd shown them Thunderstruck 1 and other stuff, and so they knew what, and they were quite keen for me to do something for them. So and I was just I've been at Audiogenic for a little bit, and I was just getting itchy feet, and I think Gary had moved on as well. So I thought, well, I should maybe try working with somebody else. And also they were sort of focusing more on, as they should do, on the machines that were more commercially successful at the time. And sort of moving away from towards PC games and stuff, and they're very keen for me to do stuff in that area. I just thought, well, I'll keep going with the BBC because I enjoy programming it. I still think I can find some things that are interesting to program and that people might quite like to play, because you did have quite a big installed user base of BBC and Electrons, and it just seems a pity that it was nice hardware, and once the support starts to go be, people just put them in the cupboards and never use them again, and that just seemed a pity. So I just sort of kept keeping on. So, and that's when I became another person.
Well, before we get to Superior, I think we obviously need to get to the point that we've been referencing on and off throughout the talk so far. So you said, I think it was Darryl's idea behind the Peter Scott trilogy.
Oh my God! Yeah. Wow! Look at that! Look at that face. The face that launched 1,000 strange-looking creatures coming out of my chest that doesn't exist, and my gloved hands with no arms. He did take a picture of me. I remember he took a picture of me standing like this. I don't think I was making that expression, but look at the hair. My goodness, that's probably realistic though. So with a slightly off-center lump of hair like that. Rick Astley, but not really quite as luscious, shall we say. Yes, it was kind of sort of a joke, really, because £1.99 for 3 games, what a bargain. But I thought about this. I've looked up through my files, and I have a big scrapbook with everything in, and there's not really much in about it. I had to buy a copy of this off eBay which cost me £2 about 5 years ago, because the company, I set up a company and I had employed. None of them believed I'd written a game, and none of them believed that I had the Peter Scott trilogy. They thought I'd made it all up. So I got a copy of the cassette and took it in, going, "What's a cassette?" One of the younger ones said, "Right." But yes. So it was sort of a case of, oh well, we can release some. Have you got anything else? And I was like, yeah. So that's why this came about, and that was the. I mean, it's quite flattering. I kept saying that's not a Gary Partis trilogy.
True.
And flattery was nice, but it was quite it was a silly thing, and I remember the time laughing a lot about it, and being vaguely sort of secretly proud, but laughing a lot at it. And I got sent a box of them, I think, because I don't think they sold many. I think was it a tax dodge? What was it? A mysterious warehouse fire that was always happening in the computer industry at the time. It happened to Tynesoft, didn't it? I don't know. There was something about Mr. Maynard, him who invented the fruit gums. There's something of the night about him, and he sort of left the scene. I don't think my game sent him off the software scene, but he didn't seem to be there anymore afterwards. I don't know the details or anything, but look at that. That's all I can say. They got released though. It meant that almost everything I'd written got released, but I did have to go out and actually finish a few of them off or change them around a bit. So it was a bit sort of a bit of extra work involved too. I think I got £500 for the whole thing, if that. I was getting a very big royalty on the £1.99, but they didn't really sell it. So it didn't really. And unlike Superior, the royalties from Audiogenic, I mean, when I stopped working there, I mean, the sales had fallen off anyway, obviously, but whereas Audiogenic, I was still getting, Superior, I was still getting royalties up until, I think, 10 years ago, even soon, maybe not. It was like 50p here and there, but it was still, I kept my bank account up north open on purpose because they had that number and were paying money in occasionally. And also, I mean, a few other companies too, like for some of the more, I wrote some business software and stuff a bit later on, and the occasional bizarre check would turn up here and there. And then for the TV shows that I worked on, I get director's fees randomly from the Irish Library Association and Australia turning up occasionally. So that bank account is full of strange, I've never had any idea how much money is in there. I don't think there'll be lots, but that's why I'll never close it anyway.
Before we come off this slide, we've got.
It should stay up there for the entire thing.
Yeah, we'll just leave this one up now. Yeah, we've got Jolyon in the audience. Joe, if you're there, would you mind coming off mute for a few minutes?
Yeah,
I think you designed this cover, right?
So I've got to just apologise to Peter Scott. The only time I met Peter like once, and it was somewhere in Docklands or something. I was doing something to do with promoting something or whatever, and I just happened to randomly sit with Peter for a bit with a drink. When I found out who he was, I was like, "Oh man, I am so sorry!" Like that picture, and it was drawn on a Commodore Amiga in the high-res mode, which was weird and slow, and you needed extra memory for it, and it would just flicker on my monitor, and I'm sure the picture that Darryl had given me was like flash photography and blown out anyway, so I could barely see like the details of Peter's face to it, but that's just whatever. It's an awful picture. And I don't know how the hell I've had a career after this. And I love the way that this talk has built up to this, and I'm like, oh no, I'm just dreading it all the way. So sorry, Peter. You did brilliant work, and you don't deserve this.
At least you covered up my zits. That's the main thing. That's why I was pleased about. Maybe the flash photography did that.
I owe you a lot of drinks.
Well, I'm always up for that.
All right, good. Thank God for that.
Thanks, Joe.
No.
So obviously after the Audiogenic and obviously the Peter Scott trilogy, well, I say after, there was some games released under the name of Dylan Peter. What was that all about?
Well, it's a strange person who seemed to assume a similar style to. Well, it's just a contractual thing, really, because the contract outside with Audiogenic, the exclusive contract, had a 12. The second one was like it had a 12-month clause that if I left, I couldn't write games for anyone else for 12 months. Now that was really very practical. I mean, working in television, I've signed people to similar sort of contracts, like big presenters of TV shows that use gardening leave. They can't like leave one day and turn up on a different channel the next, and it's sort of. But you tend not to enforce them that much, especially if they're any good, the presenter, because you might want to work with them in the future. And you sort of, and people are sort of aware. I did work for one company that did make an executive sit in a porta cabin they put in the car park for a month, because working his notice because he's leaving to form a new company to work on a new show that he'd sold without telling anybody. And they made him clock in. They put like a clocking in machine, like out of the old factories and stuff. And and he sat there just staring at the walls, and it was an astonishing thing to see. It certainly made the rest of us think, well, we better behave ourselves here. But no, and I went to a lawyer with the contract and said, look, I'd quite like to and the lawyer hooted with laughter and like kept saying, this is not valid. You can't say these sort of things. I mean, this has been written by, and it was like, okay. And was of the opinion that wasn't legally enforceable because I was too young, because it was unreasonable and whatever. But the counterside was that obviously Superior were, who I wanted to write a game for, were worried that there could be a lawsuit and stuff, and it would slow things down. Things wouldn't be released. It would cost money, and I perfectly understood that too. So, in a sort of other people used to use pseudonyms like Orlando or whatever. So it wasn't heard of, and obviously. My bank, which I mentioned beforehand, they banked Catherine Cookson, who wasn't called Catherine Cookson, whatever, Fred Dibner. No, but so that was a pseudonym. So she had basically. I went to my bank and said, "Hello, I need to become somebody else," and they got the man who did the author in. Who was like sort of a traveling sort of person for the bank, and so I had to sign like that signature you see there with the little paw printy thing. I had to do a signature, and they kept that, and they sort of laminated it and put it in the safe. And I had a checkbook that had Dylan written on it. I didn't get a card. If I wanted to take money out, I had to write a check in front of them, hand it over. If it was a member of staff who didn't know who I was, they'd all go get the manager. And one time they thought I was taking the piss, and they wanted to press the button, and all the shutters came down. They thought it was like a ransom note or something. I don't know what went on there, but it was quite funny. But so I became. It wasn't particularly, and for 12 months, which I was Dylan. Now obviously I'd sort of hopefully built up a little bit of a name or something. I was vaguely identifiable because I did the same sort of games and everything. So I had to kind of sort of ignore that, and everyone kind of sort of knew, but no one kind of sort of mentioned it. It was just one of those things, really. So then I wrote Spycatcher and my game based on the court case of and that's my first thing I did for Superior, which and it was a very happy experience, I have to say. As it always was, because they're sort of because they've been around a long time, because they had a close-knit team there. They kind of they'd say, oh, we kind of like I'm not a very big sports person, but they said we kind of like a football game, and so that's why they'd nudge me along, and then later on the conversions came along, so that, which was a very good source of work. Because they had a source of work, and also because of the publicity of these games that were on other machines, it just made the BBC seem a bit more important. So that's what I sort of felt anyway. But so it just seemed, and we worked very well together, because they're very sensible, Steve and Richard, and I tried to be on time and deliver stuff, and that was on time, and I'd also try and make sure there's a few extra bits and pieces in here and there that I'm trying to over deliver. With the original stuff, obviously, it comes out the way it comes out in the end, but with conversions, you sort of have a minimum you have to get to, and I decided I would just say yes if I thought if I wanted to write the game. I wouldn't even think about how to write the game. I just would say yes straight away, and then worry about it afterwards, which just it was scary, but it worked. So work for them was a lovely. I mean, work for Audiogenic was fine too, and Darryl was great. We had a nice little time, many a beer, sleeping on his sofa, and so it was. I didn't have a bad experience, particularly with anybody. So.
And I think Superior also did they give you a master as well when you started working for them?
I think because obviously I think it'd been out a little while, and they wanted a master version. I said I haven't got one, so I think it was one of those things that I haven't got one. I thought, oh well, I'll buy one. I couldn't afford to buy one, and I think a day later one turned up. I thought, oh, that's nice. I thought that's a nice thing for them to have done, which is lovely. So and made me feel quite appreciated. As Dylan.
Well, let's talk about Dylan's game then. So Spycatcher, I think you mentioned this in passing earlier, that it was based on a current affairs thing that was relevant at the time.
Spycatcher.
Yeah.
So Peter Wright was an MI5 spy who had written his autobiography and was full of like state secrets, the government said. So he went to Australia, and the government tried to prosecute him in Australia for like revealing state secrets. And had, the famous bit is that a civil servant who was in charge of things said that the Secret Service wouldn't lie; they'd be economical with the truth, or economical with the verite. Or it was like a comedy phrase. Because, a bit in Australia, everyone just went rah and like howled with laughter. In the British press, thought it was hilarious, and the government was a bit embarrassed, whatever. And Peter Wright didn't care because his fairly dull book was selling and was banned in Britain. And, so a friend of mine had got me a copy, so I had a copy of this. And so, I don't know why it became a game. It must have involved a bottle of wine or several and a boozy night and just thinking, or maybe I designed the cat first and thought Spycatcher. And it became in television, I was always renowned for the one who came up with the stupid program names. And I think of a name and then try and fit the program around it because the name will, because, again, you capture people's attention. And so this was, and it was a vaguely interesting, spies and intrigue and stuff it's a suitable thing for a platform game. And it gets you to have a man with a raincoat flashing his underpants. That's an attract mode, I believe it's called in the arcades. When if you don't touch the character for a while, it does something funny. I don't think I'd mentioned it to Spear was going to do that. And I think I just imagine Richard Hanson falling off his chair as the man starts to, flashes his Macintosh open. And obviously, he didn't have any eyes or anything, but but he had some nice underpants. So yes, it was. And again, that was a game I'd written around sort of, leaving a bit of memory to do some fancy bits with. So the animation of the main character was roughly one of the smoothest I ever did. And, and I went to town a bit on it because I had a little bit of time to do it in as well. And I wanted it to be as good as possible being the first Superior game because, they had all the proper games on their lists and stuff. It was the big boys and stuff, whatever. And I wanted to do, and again, that cover design is just wonderful. It's really, really nice. It's fabulous. It looks like a movie. It's like Paddington or something. It's wonderful. So, and that was really, again, a very nice experience, very good experience.
Yeah. So we're going to go on to one of your probably more controversial games, Peter.
It's not my game.
Not for anything that you did, but
well, yes. Look at the chest on that man and woman.
I take no responsibility for the slides, by the way. I've had a lot of help with these, but I think some extra photos have been added to the
personal collection from the cupboards behind. No, of course not. No. Maria Whittaker, bless her chesticles. Well, what can I say apart from the fact that Richard's, the deal with Barbarian was quite a weird one. It had to be done quite quickly. There weren't really, VR Kung Fu and was out on it was a great game, lovely game, but there weren't that many fighty games. I suppose a machine that was in schools, you wouldn't really want fighty games. And they were quite popular at the time. And this was one of the few games where there was some publicity, celebrities involved, and everything. And I actually ended up by accident at the shoot for the cover. I can't remember how. I think it was at a computer show in London, and so I sort of met Ms. Whittaker. It's very chilly in the studio, and the tall other one. Was that Wolf from Gladiator?
It's Wolf from Gladiator, yeah.
Because I thought it was. I got confused between him and the Green Cross Code man, didn't I? When we talked about this earlier.
Dave Prowse, yeah.
Yeah, who's Darth Vader? Very different. I don't think his chest was quite as large as Mr. Wolf from Gladiator. And I ended up working with Jet from Gladiator because she was in a show I did in a rubber skirt. my sordid other life. But no. So doing that on the Beeb, and I spent most of the time on the bit where you chop the person's head off. The dwarf came along and dragged the headless corpse off and kicked the head, and the head would bounce off the side of the screen. Now, obviously, they're purple. The blood would be probably purple as well. And so it's not as if they're vaguely, yeah, as far as the beep goes, reasonably realistic, and they're quite big old sprites as well. And I think it's one of the first games I was using like lots of 2 screens to buffer everything, to try and make it, so you occasionally see it paint down the sprites, but it was quite smooth, it wouldn't flicker, and you see the snake's heads are different color palette to the rest, to the bodies, just try, and again everything was carefully, but basically for that game I was sent a C64 disc, I think, and a photocopied black and white review of it. There was a page of A4 where someone had written in biro about how the levels progressed,
right?
And that was it. Now, luckily, I had a copy of Zap 64, whatever it was, that had pictures of every level and every character. So, and I had 3 months, I think, to do it in, and I just got on with it. It was, I'd never written a fighting game before. It's very easy to write a fighting game where the characters are perfect, because you know what the other person's doing. As soon as they're pressing this button, so you can always react with the correct counter move. So it's easy to write a perfect one. It's easy to write a rubbish one, just random moves. But getting it to actually be logical and sort of human, and it's quite hard. But the 2-player mode obviously is quite good fun in that one. And if I made it slightly easier to chop the head off than it was in the original, because that was like the big golden thing. So everyone Mortal Kombat like later on with its finishing stuff, and I think the Barbarian was before that. So it was and it was not the world's most complicated game. Barbarian 2, which had sort of platformy, explory bits as well as the fighty, choppy head off bits, was a different thing, but it was a bit more complicated. But and then of course the adverts got sort of banned.
Was this a real controversy, do you think, or was it just a sort of confected thing that just to make it sell more?
Well, on Acorn user, the advert, Superior always had the adverts on the back of the magazine, the prime spot, I think it was, and the picture of the box had yellow bits over the chest and the waist of Miss Whittaker. Mr. Wolf with his big man chest, that wasn't covered up. It wasn't seen as being obscene by Mary Whitehouse, whoever it was. But it was like they had done it sort of on the day when the advert had turned up, and they'd sort of just done it by putting a bit of paper and taking a picture. I mean, it didn't look particularly digital. And so there I was at Christmas, and Acorn user turned up, and it was like case of there was, and I was thinking. And then I started to get phone calls from my wife going, see what they've done to that game you've written, it's pornography. Like, oh, shut up. And it was like sort of astonishing that, And initially I think Richard was like annoyed because they'd ruined the artwork of the advert. He was worried that would affect, the Palace Software who had licensed it to Superior would be annoyed by it. But I think then everyone sort of took a step back and said, oh, well, all publicity is good publicity. And, if it made some little boys sort of, go and buy the game thinking it was full of filth at 160 by 200 pixels, I mean, I really do. But, fine. But it wasn't manufactured. No one did it on purpose, I don't think, unless someone can say otherwise. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it'd be too complicated to make one of these things happen on purpose. I've tried in my other careers. It's very hard to make a controversy turn up for without, it biting you in the arse.
So was Barbarian the first of the sort of ports that you did?
It was,
And did you kind of establish your reputation off the back of it, that you were a good guy to go to do these sort of ports?
Well, I managed to do it quite quickly, I think. And did anyone else do any for Superior? I think maybe because I was like, still there, still writing the games. And I think because I did them quite quickly, and because I had this library of every magazine in the history of video games, it seemed at the time, and maps and things, I just had the resources, so I didn't need anything from the company. Often when I got sent stuff with an original game, it was of little to no use, because it would be the wrong format, and before interchangeable formats and stuff, or it would be, there's always too much of it because the other machines had more memory, so it was like, I can't do it and use this. I mean, SimCity was also the case with the source code that was like sort of 400 box files of stuff. Like, what you sent me this for? This is no use. Could you send me the algorithm in 5 lines? And I just sort of got on with it. And I think I assume anyway, Richard and Steve just thought of me as the person they'd ask about this. I'd occasionally mention games I thought were quite nice, and they'd occasionally ask me stuff. Often deals were done where, you'd have to do one game to get the other game you really wanted. and you try and budget your time to be more on the game you really wanted to write than the other one. But that's quite hard because once you're writing the game, you're writing the game. So and with Last Ninja, I mean, I'd loved the original, so because it was 3D and everything. Of course, I think to myself, 3D. How do I program 3D? But it's isometric. It's not even isometric. It's like sort of a 30-degree, not a 45. So it was a bit different. And I was quite pleased I got that to work at all, because it's the first multi-loady sort of thing I think I did.
Yeah.
Which, another level of, you can imagine when you're game testing level 8 or whatever, I think that's 8 like loading levels, even on a disk drive version where you can skip, to the next level. By the time you get to a screen and then there's a pixel in the wrong place, or he gets stuck somewhere because the color of the thing is the wrong color. It's the wrong. So your little man's stuck in the corner. So okay, reset, beep beep, and then whirs away for a while. Then it loads in the source code. Then you got to find the bit, which might take hours, might be instant. Change it, save it, recompile. 20 minutes, I think it took to compile. Go and have a cup of tea and or a glass of wine. Watch a sitcom. Come back. It's just about loading. Skip levels again. Get there. Crashed again. Different place. You put something was broken. Something else. You've run out of memory.
Wow.
So those bits weren't the fun bits, but they came at the end. And you're normally, by the time you got to the end, you were so relieved you're at the end. And as soon as the game was delivered, you got the money, you got the advance, you got the so that gave you the urge to actually do it. Superior would test things too. I would often get if you go on the first screen, if you go the wrong way, you get why are you going the wrong way? No one's going to go that way. But these things had to be tested for. I think Richard said he was in charge of jumping in the wrong place and playing as if he didn't know how to play a game at all. So I thought it was quite funny because you sort of need to test all eventualities. But yeah, I think towards the end I was the only person still there writing games, so I was sort of the one who did the conversion because there weren't very many people writing stuff. And also because I'd written it before and they knew who I was, and so yeah.
And I think you mentioned that the map for this game was pretty big, right? If you printed it all out.
Yeah, the 3D stuff. I mean, I had my little £12,000 house was like sort of a very old-fashioned, built in the 1850s sort of stone cottage, like a miner's cottage with walls this thick. It was very awkward to install a satellite dish when I got a satellite dish. And just one room upstairs, one room downstairs. And so I had a humongous bedroom, full of computers, obviously. And but there's one bit of floor, and I just covered the map was on the floor. And I got it from again from various different computer magazines because we were sent lots of stuff about this, but it was like sort of C++. It was something very 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 high level, and it wasn't really again of no use. They sent me some graphics of a format, but I could never actually load them in anywhere because they were of a format that wouldn't work. And there's a Commodore disk and there's a BBC. What do I? How do you? It's not the ways to do it, but it was always really awkward. So I just started, and again because the resolution was less. I just started from scratch. And he's mainly black, which was nice. I swapped my colors around slightly, so the black was the top color, so that would override everything else. So, although he's climbing up a ladder there on a black background, black ladder on a black and red brick, he doesn't really stand out very much, does he? Really?
But he's a ninja. He shouldn't. That's how it should be.
Just blend in the background. But again, it was a nice mix of a little bit of fighting stuff, but puzzly stuff and very original looking game. And so I was initially really scared by it, but the 3D was like slightly cheated. Every time you went behind something, it was just something that was printed on the screen all the time, so it would always be in front. So you didn't go behind that much. And I think when Last Ninja 2, which obviously I got to do it again, and that one I did reuse the routines because I think I had less time to do it. But I'd worked out a few extra bits and pieces to make it. So I think you could go behind much bigger things, and that one I'd worked out like a way to, if it sensed a certain color combination, it would just leave that in front, so you could go behind more things. So again, cheating. It wasn't really 3D; it was cheating. But because of the angle, you can't really do that sort of thing in proper 3D. Otherwise, it gets very confusing. So perspective and everything, it's all very, very odd. But I think it's a good game. I think it's really good.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we've been talking on and off about
Oh,
source
yes.
code, and this is a pretty amazing story. So some of the admins at Stardot have actually got some of your source code without your knowledge, which I think is quite impressive. So this was, I think it was bought on eBay, and it must be ex Superior Software source code, because it's not just Last Ninja. There's some stuff from Tony Oakton's games there as well. And it looks like is it your handwriting, Peter?
That's my handwriting. Yes, yes. The one in red actually might be mine. Gone over several. Yes, it is my handwriting because I've got terrible handwriting. It's always at a stupid angle. But there's writing in red, which looks like school teachers writing. I bet you that's Richard Hanson's. Green ink in that one as well. But yeah, that's my instructions and everything. How on earth did? There's even my drawings of what keys to use. That's really funny.
Yeah.
5th of October, because we're really up against time. That one had to be done by Christmas, and this is the 5th of October. Infinite lives, levels, screen cheat keys. There's so many screens. I think there's about 600 in the game. So, but then we changed the keys because we've got because again you had all these throw and hit, and so I remember the keys were a bit of a nightmare, and we didn't do joystick versions, but no, that's how I suppose somebody. Well, Richard wouldn't have took them out, so I don't know. Maybe a spy in the shape of a cat has sort of sneaked into the office and surreptitiously nicked them for eBay. I don't know. I hope they didn't pay too much money for those.
It's cool though that it's still it's still there.
Do they still work?
So on the similar theme of I've just had a message from Dave to say it was £50. That's how much the source code was.
50 quid! Wow!
Yeah.
Well, I hope these discs are up north. We're going to be able to start off. There'll be nothing on them by that. I don't think there'll be much there. But I sort of went through everything a little while ago with Dave. So I don't think there's any undiscovered gems up there. But I'll have a look anyway. But yes, ballistics. Ballistics, as I believe Gary Partis used to call it. Why write that bollocks game? It's not a bollocks game, Gary.
It's quite an unusual game, this one, actually.
It's very unusual, yeah. That one was like trying to get realistic movement of things, which is quite hard to do. All the bouncing and everything, and again, good fun sort of game. But we had to do that one to get hostages. I think it was hostages, or am I confusing my games? It was they all blended into each other. But that was one that we had to get something else. It was a part of a package deal. But it did quite well, actually. I think it did because it was just a bit different, and it's not cute.
It's quite a challenging game, and it's got really good physics in it as well, which is quite.
That was the thing
clever.
that I spent a bit of time on because that's all basically the entire game is the physics. And if that bit isn't realistic, then and getting things. I mean, I used to make animation all the time, from simple 3D to 2D to kids' cartoons, adult stuff, and we always steered away from anything realistic because making things real, in the olden days especially, was very, very hard. And that's why it's nice to have cutesy, bouncy things because they're not real, so you can sort of make it up, and you don't have to have an A-level in physics, which I sort of have a bit of a degree and an A-level in these sort of things. But I was a very science-taught person, but it was quite hard again when you're dealing with sprites and having to move things across pixel boundaries and all those sort of things, and the way the screens are laid out. It's very hard to get realistic movement, and basically you just need to experiment a lot. And I remember there wasn't much time for this game either, but the one thing I'd been playing around writing a thing with a rolling, after my bouncing games, I remember I was going to write one where it rolled, but that needed lots and lots of frames, and then you were bouncing, and it just got very. And also, it was a bit leaden because the rolling thing just seems really slow. I don't know why. It just seemed very. Well, it looked lovely, but it was just very slow. That might be on the disc actually. That rolling thing. So I'd experiment with bits like the automatic gravity things, so that things would drop down and bounce slightly, and some things would feel light, some things would feel heavy. So I'd written a little bit of that. So that came in quite handy for this one. It was like a sort of a. Because I think there was a discussion that's like, well, should we do this one or whatever? And I said, I've written a ball routine, so that might help. Okay, and it was one of those projects that seemed initially very simple, and I put in the stuff, and it didn't really work very well. So I spent more time on it than I thought I would. But I think with that one, I got stuff like the graphics were set in a format I could actually use. So maybe I remember that there were things that were there I could actually use from the original. So it was an interesting game.
Yeah, no,
not one I would have thought up.
It's grown on me a lot over the years, I would say. I remember as a child I wasn't so keen, probably because it was just quite a challenging game. But as an older player, I really like it. It's really good.
Because you can sort of logically sort of work out what whereas a lot of games you can't do any logic whatsoever with them.
Then we come on to Superior Soccer.
Yes, which there weren't any good football games on the BBC, and there still aren't. No. I mean, I tried to do a management game and playing the game, and it was when what was the football game with all the tiny little characters who ran around? It was all very smooth on the Amiga. That one, fantastic football. I can't remember what it's called. It was the big football game, and it was a bit like Subbuteo and all bouncy and whatever.
Yeah.
Which this wasn't. It was a bit slower, but I hadn't written really any sort of sports games. I'd watched the Tiny Soft lot, right, all the Olympics type games with all the hammering the buttons and everything, and I played them in the arcades and everything, and it was terrible. A mate of mine made a thing with two little motor from a Lego thing and two weights went like this, and you put it on track and field, and the character goes jump to the other side of the screen. Used to charge 12 pence or something to hire it for a lunchtime to get the high scores on the thing. But so anyhow, back to football, and I didn't really know much. I'm not really that interested in football, but I just thought, well, football games sell, and Richard and Steve had been mentioning, so I said, should I do a football game? So we did. So, but it had the management side in and the playing side, and a season of games is quite a hard thing, and so it was a bit of a text nightmare type thing, all the sort of shenanigans with managing and everything. But and trying to make a playable football game top down view seemed the sensible thing, because 3D would be too slow. And but it sort of worked okay, I think, and it sold quite well. Yeah, and it was that was I wouldn't call it original, but it's not a conversion.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think that counts as original, Peter.
Yeah, but see, there's a Union Jack in the crowd there, and you wouldn't have a Union Jack in the football game because you'd have the England flag or the Wales flag. I'm just noticing these things now. Just saying. But no, it did very well. And Barbarian Revenge,
too.
Which, as well as having the boobage and the I think her bikini was made much bigger in that one, although it doesn't look. It's got a dangly bit on it. It looks like she's wetting herself. But it's she was more covered up, or it was sent for approval beforehand, or whatever, or maybe they didn't care as much this time around. But yes, so you had like screens you explored, and you went in and out the screen and stuff, and then chop people's heads off. And again, very big sprites for the time, and that one wasn't too bad actually. I was quite pleased. Again, my managing to cram everything in, and I had a great map for it as well, which was really handy. Not supplied by them, but I just, I think by this stage, we were just basically sent the game on whatever format they had it on, and you got the rights to use the advertising, and the lovely artist people at Superior would copy the loading screens and stuff, so I didn't have to do that. But and they rarely, if ever, I don't think. I mean, I know that Richard Hanson would have to send them a copy of the game, but I don't think they had the BBC micro. Especially with people like Infogrames in France, for example, they wouldn't have so they'd just sort of take your word for it. They'd see reviews and stuff. They know that they know that it wasn't terrible or anything, and they got their royalties. So it was a case of. You could sort of get away with. I tried to make them as similar as possible, because you wouldn't want anyone who'd played the original to play the BBC and think, hold on, this is it's missing this, that, or the other. But just changing the occasional thing here and there if it didn't make any sense, or which was quite often in some games. I mean, certain other ones I couldn't ever even play properly. But that one I quite enjoyed. I quite enjoyed doing it. It was, I can't quite. Again, multi-loading and stuff. So I had a bit of space to play with, space, an extra K, 1K of memory, so it was luxury.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one follows the same sort of style as well, with the kind of got the letterbox almost style with the top and bottom here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, on the Electron you couldn't have those. Initially, I couldn't get the color interrupt thing, so it was all just one set of colors. But yeah, because that's like that thing at the bottom is like a map thing as well, showing, and you picked up objects and stuff. So you had to think to play this one. You didn't on the other one. You just sort of pressed 3 keys, I think, and you could chop everyone's head off. But on this one, you had to explore and think as you looked at the box cover. That one sold very well. I seem to remember. Not as well as that one, though, because that one sold even better. So I was very pleased with that one. I spent a long time on that one because just the way the schedules worked, I had a bit of time to do it, and yeah, I did want to make it better than the original, and so I spent ages on it. And again, a huge amount of screens and multi-load and everything. And yeah, of all the platform games I wrote, I think that one was probably the best one. I mean, you know, especially you know, it's one of the last platform games I suppose I wrote, but it was, and 3D isn't really platformy, but you know, it was. I was really pleased with that one.
Yeah.
And you know, I remember even Gary Partis, I showed it to him, and he like went, "Crikey, it looks like the original." I went, "Uh-huh." And he says, "How do you do that?" And then I went, "Ah." And the first and last time I think he ever praised my country. You know, we wouldn't praise each other because we're mates. You know, no, we don't praise each other. We'd get drunk together and you know, and fall asleep on each other's sofas. But you know, have a bit of a laugh. But you know, I was very pleased with that one, and the reviews are really good, and so it was, and it's all quite well.
I mean, how much more time did you have to work on this one compared to the first one?
Well, I think I had the same amount of time, but I didn't have any of the theory stuff to do because I sort of knew how to do it. I mean, it had the multi-level things, which is a bit different, and there were more, you know, more of everything because there was on a sequel. But I think it was. I think I had the same amount of time, so it'd be 4 or 5 months or something. So, but I could spend that just on with using the same sprite routines and the same bits and pieces. So no, it was. I ran into trouble at the end because there was a bug I couldn't find, and it was a really important thing, and it was one of those things that just occasionally happened. And I'd been, you know, these things always happen in programming, especially when you've got no memory. And it turned out it was an actual bug in, was it the Electron or something? It was a bug in the machine, not in my code, which that never happened. You know, it was always your code, but yeah, it was like just a thing that shouldn't have changed was changing, and it was causing problems because it was so crammed in. I was using every last byte. I was using, like, there was 6 bytes somewhere that was usually used for the tape camera. It was some bizarre little thing, and I'd managed to store what object you're holding in it, and that was getting corrupted, and it shouldn't have been because everything was switched off. All of those things, and yeah, and it was driving me. And it was like a week of just that one bug on that one level, and just getting there, and it's sort of happening, and having no idea, and then going backwards and forwards. I remember sort of getting drunk and ringing up like Superior, going, "I can't finish it; it's all broken," and then going, "Calm down, it's all fine." Yeah, and being very good about it. And I think that they helped play test, and we sort of managed to crack it. And and as usual, I find what it was against cases. Oh God, it serves me right. But it was good fun.
And did you have access to any more information about the game compared to the first one, or was it about the same?
I think. I mean, again, by this, I just, as soon as Richard said, "Oh, we get the sequel," I said, "Oh, fine," and I just had the maps already. But by that point, I suppose, you know, the magazines are so good at these things that 2 months after the game came out, originally there'd be a big map, and obviously these software companies work with the magazines so that it would publicize the game too. So I had them all laid out, and you know, so I didn't ask for anything. I think these guys, the System 3 guys, did play the conversions. I've got feeling they certainly. I think there's some feedback somewhere about how nice it was, which is
cool.
One of the first times I've got some feedback, apart from SimCity, where I got some feedback on that from America, which is, I was amazed. You have a BBC radio in America? I shouldn't really say that with your international audience, but but no, it was vaguely smooth apart from that one last nightmare week where, you know, it was a case of, oh God, I can't do this anymore. I was getting very frustrated because, you know, I was also getting a little frustrated sitting in my house on my own. Gary was off sort of working. I think he's still at Poly or whatever, but he was he was sort of off a bit. My other mates had moved away because there was no work around our way, and so I was a bit sort of, you know, I had plenty of time to work, which is a bit sad when you're sort of 24, whatever it was, and so, you know, I was starting to think about maybe it would be nice to get out the house. He says at the end of a lockdown of 18 months or whatever it is now. It seems longer, but yeah, it was and also I knew the BBC Radio wasn't going to be around forever. Well, we all knew that, but it was starting. The sales were starting to slightly sort of go down, and I was just worried about making a living. So, not being able to find that thing when I sort of needed the money to pay my slightly more expensive mortgage now, interest rates had gone up massively at the time, and you know, so it was a case of being a little bit tense about that kind of thing, which I shouldn't have been. It was fine.
And it wasn't even your code in the end, Peter.
No, it wasn't my. And after all that, it wasn't my fault. It was. I shouldn't have stored anything in that stupid location. It was my own fault, but there we are.
So you did the port of Predator, which I think it was your best-selling game. I think you said.
I think it might have been, you know, because it's got Arnie sort of on the cover, and I couldn't play it to save my life, and they said nothing, and I had 4 minutes to go. I mean, I think we had 6 weeks by the time the deal was done, from start to finish. It had to be written in.
Whoa.
And you know, I don't think we even sent a copy. I think I would go to like sort of, you know, Virgin and buy a copy. So I was playing it thinking, oh, the scrolling was quite nice and it's parallax and everything. And I thought, oh, that's a technical thing. I can probably do that. But it was, the gameplay was awful, and it was random. It seemed to me it was very unfair. And then it was very, very hard. It's
hard.
Yes, I mean, my version is like a doddle compared to the original. There was a cheat thing that I got, wouldn't work half the time, but I got to work and got the final level. Then these 3 dots came on the screen, and I hadn't seen the film, and you know, I don't think it was out on video. I can't remember, and these 3 dots came on the screen, and like I had no idea what's happening, and so like Richard rang up and said, "What happens at the end?" And they're going, "Oh, we don't really know either." We'll try and find out. But again, it was like, you know, the time was getting on, and I just kind of made up what happened at the end. Like, you know, I think I did. I watched the film. I'm not falling asleep to it because it's not a very good film, is it? And you know, lots of shooting people in the head, and you know. So these things come on and sort of, I just tried to make it vaguely logical, but it was written incredibly quickly, and you know, at least it scrolled all right on the Electron as well with the multi-layers, because you're not moving that green bit in the middle; it's all just blank. But you're just moving the bit at the top of the bottom and the enemies. But yeah, and the sprite looked all right, which again I designed from scratch. There wasn't so much a map as it was just like a long line of things. There's occasional there, and basically, you know, I said, I'm just going to have to make it up because you know, there's not really very much time. It's all the fault of the people, the license, because they just delayed about the agreement, so it took ages to get it sorted, and so I didn't have much time, and you know, and then it did incredibly well. I just remember it sold really well. I got royalties and everything sold, so you know, that was a plus.
Yeah.
But it's kind of sort of thing. I thought, well, it's not the best thing I've written, and it sold the best because it's got a picture of Arnold on the front, and not because of the reviews were okay, but they just said it's just a shooting game. It's not very exciting. So I kind of thought, oh, you know, I was a bit annoyed in some ways. Obviously, I wasn't annoyed. I got paid. You know, I made some money out of it. But you know, per week, that's probably the highest wages I think I've ever had in my entire life. But it just, yeah, it's one of those frustrating things that when you're like naive and young and you kind of assume that the best things sell the best. And after working at television, I kind of know now that, you know, the best programs don't rate the best. The programs on that are in the tabloids or that appeal to like a base audience that have Maria Whittaker with her boobs out, they rate the best. But yeah, but still, yeah, I did my best.
Well, especially considering the time constraints. Wow.
It was very, again, I think I used the squirrely routines to ransack, and I just fiddled with another. It was a case of, you know, Richard said, look, do what you can, just, you know, I'm sure you'll make it. It was more playable than the original, I think. And you know, again, less memory, and you know, the original was all brown as well, and you can't do brown in the BBC. Oh.
Well, let's talk about a game that I think you're justly much more proud of, SimCity.
Which didn't sell anywhere near as much as Predator, which really, I spent 12 months, like 9 months on this. And, well, I said I played it, because SimCity isn't really a game, is it? It might have the occasional monster turning up, but it's the same. It's a simulation, and and they might put a statue up to you, and I think that's the highest accolade you can have in the game. So and it's but they sent everything in the kitchen sink. I mean, box files and algorithms and drawings and every single bit of the city all turned up. It's like, wow. And I had an Amiga version and the C64, and was there another version? I got all the vast amounts of stuff, and I spoke to Will Wright, the original originator, on the phone a couple of times. He just welcomed me on board in a very American sort of, chummy sort of way, and says, "Sir," I says, "well, the BBC Micro has 20K of memory," and he went, I went, "Seriously?" I went, "Yeah." I said, "You did a couple of 64 versions." He said, "But that's so cut down. I hope you're not going to write something like that." I went, "Oh, okay." I said, "I'll do my best." And so, I sat there with the algorithm. I sat there for a whole 2 weeks. I didn't design any fonts. I didn't do anything. I thought, right, this is a proper program. Come on, you've got to do this properly. And so I went through all the algorithms and worked out all the logic between all the different bits and pieces. And, because some of it's a bit abstract, you plant a tree in a city that gentrifies the area, which makes the house prices go up, which makes the people who live there, but they get fussier and there's more traffic and the cars get bigger and all these millions of different things. And obviously every one of these takes a bit of memory. And graphic wise, you have to have lots of maps and zoom in and all that sort of stuff. Then at the end of a year, when you're calculating stuff, where am I going to store all this data it's generating to calculate what's happening and redo the landscape and everything? I'm going to have to use the screen and switch it off for the first time, which is why the screen goes blank at the end of every section. But and then there's Godzilla turning up occasionally, which is sort of a bit random, but and then there was the French, where Infogrames had the rights, like sort of European rights. So the French were involved. So, and occasionally I called from someone who couldn't speak English, just asking me some stuff about it, because they were trying to please the Americans, but I'd already spoken to the Americans. So it was a little bit sort of, my comedy allo allo calls, which is quite amusing. But yes, so it was amazing. It was one of those things where I sort of programmed bits of it. And, I can almost swear that bits of it happened organically. It came not that it came to life. It's not, but that the thing with the trees sort of worked, even though I didn't explicitly program it in. It's like other connections that were programmed in sort of made everything, and then you have to go and try and wreck the assumptions of the game, see what effect it would have on you. And that's when I realized they were all American assumptions, if you see what I mean, in that low taxes equals good, high taxes equals bad. Now, I don't want to get into politics. It's a mugs game to get into politics, and but that sort of view might not be entirely held by, and might not seem entirely logical to someone in, say, Europe. So so no one wants to pay taxes, but people might not want homeless people. There's all this sort of stuff, like and it's all there baked at the game. I'm thinking, oh, okay, how do I feel about that? I'm not talking to Richard or Steve about it, and just like saying, how do you feel about this? And they're like, oh. And I don't think it occurred to them, because it hadn't occurred to me beforehand, that a bit of politics involved here. So I just remember sort of going through and being a bit more fair, just trying to make it a bit more logical. That what you wanted was a combination of where the taxes weren't so low that everything fell to bits, and all those trees planted just withered because no one looked after them. But you didn't want taxes so high that no one had any money and that all the businesses would fail. So you'd have somewhere in between. The equilibrium state, which is the wishy-washy middle, blah, 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 but it's that's the way you sort of, and you could be successful with low taxes if they were very low and you managed to deliver, the city wasn't crammed because you planned everything properly, and you could be very successful with high taxes if the people were getting lots of services and felt happy. So it wasn't like an either or, but it was quite an interesting thing. And it was, I think, the first thing I wrote that artificial intelligence is a strange term. It's machine learning is what that really is. It's not artificial intelligence in the slightest. It's not intelligent at all. And I've got quite a lot of strong views on that kind of thing. And so I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that, but it's almost like a little micro thing. Things seem to connect together that I didn't connect. And it all worked as a whole, which I was really pleased with, because it meant it worked, because I couldn't actually program everything in there because there wasn't enough memory, and it would have been plodding really, really slowly. So I was really pleased with it, and it played. It was much better than the C64 version, with a lot more memory, and I think that was disc only. So it was much better than that. It wasn't quite as nice as the Amiga version, I have to say, but I'm just glad it wasn't a 3D one. But it was a challenge. It was quite hard to do, and I went into it scared, and I came out thinking, actually, I'm all right at this programming lark. I think I can sort of get by. I know what I'm doing, and it gave me a bit more confidence, I think. So I enjoyed doing it.
I mean, it's something that you'd be justly proud of. I mean, to think that you could squeeze like so much into what nowadays would be a Twitter icon, basically, or like, I mean, in terms of the amount of memory you were actually working with, it's incredible.
I was talking the other day with someone online about a Mac icon. I do things like nowadays, I recently, last few years, learned CSS and HTML and JavaScript and stuff, just so I could redesign annoying bits of browsers I don't like and websites, because just to make them a bit nicer in my view. And Mac icons now are 1024 by 1024. That's a standard icon this big on your Mac. Is 1024 by 1024. So if you've got quite a lot of colors in there, as a lot of them have, they're a horrible mixture of things with shadows and things without shadows now. It looks a bit of a mess, but which is why I want to customize them. But my OCD kicks in. But that takes up more memory. One of those icons is often 150K. And the Photoshop files, if you've got one of the 3 layers, can be sort of 4 megabytes. And so and that was like 19.9K worth of code. So a little bit more time probably went into it than even one of Apple's many redesigned icons. But it's so you speak to someone who sends you a picture they've taken on the phone, which is like 12,000 by 9,000 resolution, that they're looking at on a screen this big, which is a little bit, my goodness, there's no compression going on there, and which is 4 gigabytes, and you think, that's every game I ever wrote times 100, which just seems quite an extraordinary thing.
And I mean, in fairness, I know it didn't obviously have the sort of instant sales of Predator, but it sold for a long time, though, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It was one of those long tail things. I mean, it got really good reviews, which again I was very pleased with. But and I got an advance when I finished it, and because I'd been working quite a long time, they gave me a bigger advance, because it obviously cost more money as well, because it was to buy, because it was a more complicated game. But it was towards the end of the Beeb's sort of preeminence, if you like, and so there were, and because I mean, I don't think SimCity really, the first version, it sold well and it was well known and well regarded, but because it wasn't really a game, it's much more of a thing you can look at. There was a thing called Activision did called Little Computer People, which is a bit like The Sims. And these little people would walk around and just watch them, and occasionally would leave them a drink or something. And this was like an equivalent of that. There wasn't. You could have a strategy and stuff, and you were doing stuff, but there was no. You didn't get the end of a level and rescue a princess and a horrible sexist sort of anything. It was just a thing that kept going, and so it was a. I think it certainly I was getting royalty checks long after I thought I would, and long after I think Superior, I think it was because people were still buying it, and so there must have been something. I was very proud of having done that. It was like sort of the thing that I can always point to that, and no, I tend not to mention it much nowadays because why would I? But when I've been talking with programmers, I occasionally do talks at big software companies with names rhyming with Frugal and Maple and Hatebook. And although I don't work for them anymore, and I'm normally the comedy person who turns up when there's a conference on virtually or in the real world on a Friday afternoon and tells some jokes. I normally do. I've been on the internet for 35 years, and here's 35 things I've learned, and they're all contradictory and they're all rubbish, because that's the internet, isn't it? So you can't believe anything on the internet. Everything on the internet is true. That kind of thing. And then I slightly berate the developers who are normally at these conferences for living in California and not really understanding that their screen will get dirty, and when you clean it, it switches everything on the phone off or whatever. Just little things like that. And occasionally I've been in situations where people have been talking. I suggested one of these things that personal assistants should have regional accents, a bit like my lovely regional accent, because that would make it more relatable to people. And I told, to Americans mainly, about how in Britain, a Geordie accent, like a Northern English accent like mine, is seen as a nice thing, whereas a Liverpudlian accent is seen as a different thing. And that accents place people in, stereotypes come out, all kinds of things, which are good and bad. But there are lots of call centres up north because this accent sort of seems to be like people like hearing it somehow, for some reason. So I suggest that, and this guy started going about coding and memory storage. And I went, well, I put SimCity into. It gives me a bit of a punchline to any technical thing, and it was all in machine code. None of this C nonsense of high-level rubbish, slow and efficient nonsense. And yeah, and I sound like a sort of a very old man, sort of like talking about the war and whatever. But yeah, it's. I'm very proud that I got it to work at all, and it ended up more than making enough money. I wasn't really doing it for the money I was doing because I wanted to have done SimCity. So,
well, I mean, you have every reason to be proud of it because it's a real accomplishment. I think this is the last game that you wrote at Superior. Is that right?
Yes,
or certainly for the Beeb.
I was going to do an Archimedes version, I think, but then I played with the Archimedes and thought, oh no, I really. I mean, like most people, it was fantastic. Brilliant machine, a step on every single way, shape, and form, but it was not very much fun to write programs on. I have to say, it was not designed at all. I mean, the Beeb wasn't really designed as a games machine, but could do it. Whereas the Archimedes, you had to sort of bend everything to get anything to work, apart from 3D lumps, which would work quite nicely. But things like games like this, yeah, that was another sort of as part of the deal with Infogrames for SimCity. We got hostages as well, and that had a 3D, that was like 3 very different levels, a 3D maze one, a 2D one, and then a sort of an up and down scrolly one. So the 3D maze one was proper 3D-ish with sprites, but I had to do it in 3D. So that was a bit of a challenge. And as usual, there wasn't much time. Although, the graphics are very simple on this one. And it was quite playable, I thought. It wasn't the world's most stunning game. It hadn't done that well on the other formats, I don't think. But I quite enjoyed it. It was very different. I quite liked, it's funny that when I went to work in TV, I did some work with Infogram. They made special levels of their games for the TV shows I was working on, like Games Master and stuff. And, so I had a good relationship. I knew their PR people very well, and best mates with one of the guys who worked there. And it's quite interesting seeing inside the company, after having converted the stuff from the outside. And they confirmed that they never actually, they'd never seen the games that I converted. They kind of sort of knew they were being done, but that was about it. But no, so it was. I think I had quite a lot of time on this one because I was basically just working out what to do next because I kind of thought this is Superior was sort of didn't really have any more after this one. I don't think. Or we're talking about what to do next and hadn't really made any decisions. And so I was basically just sort of in between working on this. I was sitting thinking, right, what am I going to do the rest of my life? So it was a bit of a tense time, but. It's quite a good game, and I think I did a few things that were a little different to some of the other games I wrote.
And I mean, your games obviously had sort of a life beyond their initial publication because they turned up again and again in the Play It Again Sound compilations, didn't they?
Yes, and towards the end, I mean, that was they were the big mainstay of the sales of the games, and then there'd be number 16, whichever one that had been on number 8, and but you get less money because it was the second version, because there's all these different royalty rates for different things, and the conversions from the money went to the original company, and so I was asked before to try and work out how much money. It's so difficult to work because it's all the different rates and everything. I have got a file, but really, it's just covered in question marks. And the money all got spent quite quickly, I have to say. So yeah, none of it is left. But no, it's yes, they after writing a few games, the back nothing would ever sell. Things like Superior Soccer would sell a little bit all the time. So football season, and so and it just went down slightly. Whereas the more things like Predator sold and then didn't, and then a spike when it came out on the compilation.
Yeah.
So maybe quality does come out in the end. People talk about the long term stuff now, but no, like so occasionally it was all every quarter I'd get a royalty, like every quarter. Sometimes it might be money, sometimes it might not, and it was a bit random as what it would ever be. So
And I mean, just calling out one in particular, as it says there. I mean, Play It Again, Sam 14. I mean, 3 out of 4 of those are yours.
That could be the Peter Scott trilogy too, couldn't it? Because there's a trilogy.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have been on the front. Maybe Joe could have done a slightly higher res version of me with that. That was great. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I'm glad it was on number 14, not number 13. I'm not superstitious or anything, but no, that and again, mainly because I've been there a while, so I suppose they were the main games they had there, so they had to be. But Superior are fabulous, for us authors. I think anyone that ever worked with them at getting the most value out of the stuff we'd done, and they managed to do it longer and better than anyone else. It's one of the best decisions I've ever made working for them, and not denigrating anybody else, but it was really, and they were always, always really fabulous. If you did have an issue with something, they would do what they could to help, and be it technical problems or or whatever. And they were just two very nice blokes, really. So I thought I was very lucky to work for them. Very lucky indeed. Did Gary ever do anything for them? Have I forgotten something really massive? I can't remember.
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know.
Because he worked for Micropower with the Doctor Who thing. But,
yeah. Synchron, I think.
Yes.
Gary wrote Synchron, didn't he? That was.
He did, yes.
That was for them. Yeah.
Which one was Synchron again? That wasn't.
It's a really fast vertical scrolling.
No, it's not fast, is it? Well, my word.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't really need to say that, did I?
I bet you didn't have to do an Electron version.
I think it appeared on one of the Superior Hits compilations.
Oh, right. Okay.
So,
yeah. I remember it now. It was like Iridium, but the other way up. Wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's kind of probably come out from what you've been saying as we've been going along. But these you're probably the 3 that you'd say are your sort of top picks from the ones that you wrote.
I think so. I mean, I think that's a good mix of stuff. I mean, since I wrote 35 platform games, but you can see the difference in the things. I mean, SimCity was just unique thing to work on, and it's got me some good. Having written that, it's been useful in ways I would never have thought of. I mean, when I was working telly about video games, I could say that I did a conversion of that, and doors opened in America and stuff. And when I was doing a version of a conversion of a Simpsons game on the NES, which another bizarre story from my programming time after this, I'm talking to Matt Groening on the phone. The yellow you're using isn't correct, he kept shouting. The Simpsons are not that color yet. The Nintendo has 2 yellows, neither of which are suitable. There's 55 shades on the Nintendo. I can't change it, Mr. Groening, I'm sorry. And he's like, bah! He's like shouting me down the phone. I wrote SimCity on the. So they said that's a complicated one. Oh, okay. So he was a bit nice to me after that, but he was fine there, and we did quite a good job on the game. But I'm pleased that Ransack was just it ended up being quite one of the most original games I think I ever wrote, and the Last Ninja 2 was just I think one of the nicest. It looked the prettiest, one of the prettiest games I wrote. So good looks there. And
in terms of your original games, they definitely had a distinctive sort of Peter style, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you describe it, like big mouths and strange legs and wibbly wobbly. I used to, I don't have to do that because I'm old now, but I should take my glasses off and like squint. And if everything looked roughly right proportions when you squinted, it's like the little Omega orb. It's actually an odd number of pixels wide, which is quite a rare thing to do and stuff. Because by putting the eyes at just 1 pixel apart, it makes them look a bit dopey, which I thought was quite funny. The spaceman, a little bit of blue in his visor, looks nice, looks 3D-ish. So they're all done for a reason.
Mm-hmm. And I think also you said that the way that you tended to design the games, they would work on the Electron and on the Beeb without having to put any sort of rubbish, quote unquote, at the top or the bottom of the screen, right?
Yeah, that's why, because the Electron had a screen that rubbed 21 lines. I think it was, I can't remember what it was, but so you could change all the colors after that to black. And it would cover it up. Now it would move around quite a bit. So ideally you'd leave as many, but when you've got no memory, you couldn't leave much space there. And also a continuous block of memory. You can't just have the 4 lines underneath and like a gap. So you occasionally get like a little line, flickery line occasionally. But other games just had all the data on the screen, which I just thought looked messy. I'm a little bit OCD. I'm very, very tidy, very organized, and having that sort of thing on the screen just would drive me, distract from the games really. And things like I know some games had sort of software scrolling windows inside, like borders of other stuff, and you could sort of store half the data and like make it all reasonably similar colors if you fiddled with it. But I experimented with that a little bit when I was trying. I think it was hostages was a couple of things, but by sticking to it's in some ways it's a little bit lazy. Stick to one thing, to that screen aspect ratio. But the original games had always designed them around that, so it didn't really matter that much. And like I said, because I thought it looked quite nice. So it was just a thing I used to mean I could devote more time to making the game play a little bit better or storing a bit more stuff and stuff like that. So it was, again, games, especially 8-bit games, were all about the compromises. The compromise you make to make it smooth, to make it fast, to fit as much in as possible, to try and include a tune when you're completely tuneless. So there's all these bunches of compromises that you make, and deciding where they were was the hardest thing, really. And you often try something and it just wouldn't work, and you have to start again. The worst thing would be if you get halfway through a game and then you realize you're running out of memory, and that's I know the programmers that happened to. They got halfway through a game and there was just no memory to finish it. So all of a sudden it gets very difficult. Oops. So I suppose I did have a look, because when it's one person doing everything, people like say that when I've written stuff for television for preschool children to late night filth, and people can tell that it's written by me, even one of them is full of happy jolly songs telling you how lovely the world is and how nice this person is, and the other ones are about gay robot sex or the immorality of the modern life. So what can I say? I have a style.
Well, on that note, Peter, I think it'd be good to probably offer you the chance to have a short break before we continue with the rest of the talk, if you'd like that. I think I would too. If we'll go for a sort of about 15-minute break, and then we'll resume, and we'll start to have a look at some of the unpublished games as well, if that's all right.
Thanks. So that'll be what, 10:45, just so I make sure.
Yes. Yeah, 10:45. And just before breaking, big thank you from me and from everybody at the ABug to Mark from iDesign for lining up this talk. So that's iDesign behind the book Acorn, A World in Pixels. I hope everyone would agree this is another great talk, and we're really lucky to have Peter with us. Go to see you, Mark. So thanks everybody, and see you in 15 minutes.
See you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome back everyone. We're going to kick things off now by going on to the next topic with Peter around his unpublished and lost games. So these are things which have either been rumors or things maybe that were started but not finished and didn't quite make it out as official games. One of them, if you'd been eagle-eyed on one of the previous slides where we were looking at Ransack, is actually in the high score table, or referenced in the high score table of Ransack. Can you tell us a bit about Pillage, Peter?
Yeah, well, it's going to be the sequel to Ransack, because it's a similar sort of word. And that was what I was experimenting with the rolling stuff for, because I thought, I've done bouncing, let's do rolling. But as I said, just even spinning the ball very quickly by not having that many frames and cycling through them, it just felt really slow compared, because Ransack was like very fast paced. And so I tried to bounce and spin the ball, the robot character. Obviously, if you spin properly, then the guns would spin too, so you'd be firing in all directions, which was quite nice, but quite complicated to do, and also very difficult to aim at any point at anything, which would make it very random. So I was sort of experimenting around, and I had a line at the end of that high score table, and I just didn't quite know what to do. Dumpy Dave is my brother David, and Stumpy Mark is my brother Mark. So obviously I had to put some abuse into my brothers. So as you can see, the last line I just put in, I'll put in lovely font, though, lovely font. But yes, so it got as far as a demo, which was just sort of Ransack with the bouncing character taken out and the rolling one. But I did a smoother landscape, because I thought you maybe would fly up and down, and so I got the physics a bit, and I quite enjoyed that. It was one of those sort of programming challenges that was interesting in itself, but which came in handy for other things. But but as I'd left Audiogenic, I couldn't really do a sequel to a game that, because I was working for someone else now. So I done the right situation was they owned that game because I wrote it for them and they paid me for it. So fine. So I didn't do a sequel in the end.
Fair enough. And that's Gary Partis or Gazza.
Oh yes. That's his computerized name.
And now we talked about Daxis with Darryl and Gary before. So what was your role in Daxis?
I was part of the rumor mill. That was the. I talked earlier about concocting a PR stunt. It was. They see one of my other sort of experimental sort of things of blocks, and that character sort of floated, but was like sort of on helium. The character there, so he sort of float around a bit, but could be. There'd be winds. The idea was there'd be winds, and you bounce off stuff, and it'll be nice physics and everything. And the reason they're all different colored blocks is different colored blocks would send you off in different directions and different ways, and some would be dangerous and some wouldn't. But that was some experiment I was just doing with sort of a character really, because especially in when I was writing these sort of games, I'd do a little character and then write a game around the character. It sort of seemed to a sensible thing to, if you think of these things, it's a sensible way to think them up, if you see what I mean. And Daxis was just sort of a thing that, well, Darryl and Gary Partis, Daxis, whatever the X comes from, it's like sort of a mixture of two letters or something. So it was there, and Gary had mentioned something, but I don't think anything ever really properly existed. I don't think. I'd done a sort of rip-off of Paradroid-ish, because I like Paradroid. But it hadn't quite worked, and Paradroid was quite unique, sort of trading up the robots with the numbers on. It was quite a lovely idea, and I couldn't really work out how to make that different, so I sort of left it as was. But I thought maybe that will be. And I did a horizontal. I experimented with doing a horizontal software scrolling sort of Uridium style game, but with slower sort of movement, and then a vertically scrolling one, which is what the robot thing at the bottom was going to be. So it was just all experiments, and then that title sort of existed, and I just remember joking about it occasionally with people, or just mentioning it or something. So it was a mixture of anything else I can think of out by Christmas. Yeah, that sounds like me. I'm sure, by the way, someone would have rung up and asked for a quote, and I would have just made something up. So yeah. Oh, there's a rolling ball one.
Yeah.
That's a rolling ball thing because it just had the one eye and went round and round. It looked quite cute. And you see the steps are quite small and not full character size, so it would go like have some momentum, so it would keep going a little bit. Because I played Marble Madness, hadn't I? Yes, and I thought a 2D sort of version of that would be quite interesting. And again, it's just playing around with another different thing. But you can go too far playing around with different characters and different ways of controlling stuff, because then you lose the essence of a gameplay. Sometimes you just want something that's a character with legs that isn't going to sort of wibble around a bit, and that's quite straightforward. And it's very difficult to get. It's quite easy to make it cute if it's a ball, but it's difficult to get it to look characterful. So yeah, it's a thing. I was going to have that one blink all the time with its one eye. I never got round to the blinking side, I don't think. But also having the panel on the right-hand side means I couldn't make a different color, so that was a silly idea. I made the screen squarer. That's because I'm going to software scroll, and I end up software scrolling just the edges. Again, having a blank in the middle and just the occasional thing that was painted on as a big sprite. And so I did have a demo of that actually, where you could sort of steer the character around, and you sort of hop up and have a bit like Tetris. You could be squished by things if you were at the bottom of the screen. It's quite hard to plan levels, and and I sort of got into it, and I did far more than I thought I was going to do because I was quite enjoying it, and I got the scrolling look really nice. I remember being very, very smooth, and thinking, oh, that looks really nice. That's almost like sort of a frac. It was really properly nice. And then I think I got a job to do. I was asked to convert something in 10 minutes, so I had to, and I forgot about it probably.
But the source code for it is something that you've shared, right?
Oh, there it is. Yes, yeah. On my high quality banana discs, twin sided. I always had to write on these. They're double sided. You can turn them over. But yeah, vertically scrolling Daxis. Yeah, that's well, there it is. That's the nice thing with the vertically scrolling. Someone can load it up and see if it does scroll as smoothly as I remember all these years later. I remember having to make the bit that scrolls smaller and smaller to get it to be smooth. But then I wrote a different way of addressing the screen, which was much more efficient because I didn't have to paint over any background because it's all brand new. And so, or I was just painting the whole thing off into a buffer and then just switching between the two buffers so it had two copies of the screen so it always looked smooth. And then that worked quite well because I could do that in the Electron as well. I hadn't thought about the Electron version at that stage. I was just trying something on the BBC for once. So yes, well, there you go. They exist.
Yeah.
That disc on the left-hand side.
Sorry.
Too. It's horrible. I hope that didn't cost £50 as well.
I was just going to say that there's some comments that I think you've mentioned in the past that what you were saying earlier about liking to have a good title to work from. I think that's the Daxis loader page was there before the game, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but one word when I was working in development, which I did for 6 years, thinking up TV show ideas, it's a job someone has to do. And before reality shows, there were some other types of shows on television. My staff would always like sort of shudder with horror as I've had an idea, and they all go, "Oh my God, what's he thought up now?" And the pinnacle of my career was there were lots of property shows on television, and I was tasked with coming up with a property show for the company I was doing some work for. So I came up with a show called Opportunities. It didn't have a format, but I pitched it to the BBC. One line, it's called Opportunities, I'll say no more. And said, brilliant, we'll have 25 episodes. I was like, what? No, you can't. I just made it up. Never did make that show. But yes, comedy titles were always, I did a sitcom about the internet called Sit.com. It was good. It was a good idea at the time. One episode of that one. And a show about a mechanic called Mecha Nick. That was a preschool cartoon. 3D animation, Channel 5 in the mornings. Made 160 episodes of that one. Pandemonium high, selling cheap. Good fun. Preschool is brilliant because you can be quite subversive in preschool. Anyhow, getting off the subject, but yes, titles.
Yeah. So we've obviously mentioned Gary quite a number of times as we've been going through.
Far too many times. Yeah.
It's a shame he's not able to join us this evening, but here's a lovely photo for the two of you.
I look like, oh God, yes. Gary looks like he's on Mastermind or something. Like, it was his camera, of course. But you see, look, word work. I spent more time doing that loading screen than I did writing the word processor that it actually was. You had to type your name in because it saved every page out because it was an 80-column screen in Word 3, I think, with the lines in between each. And I missed the number off the end of the saving string, so it saved one letter from every page. So when you were writing a document, for example, my teacher wrote a document on this word processor, and he wrote 40 pages, just typing. It saved one character on every page. And he was a little bit angry the next morning that I missed that out. Oops. He's good bug testing, though. And it was my A-level project, and I got 100%. And it was used in all the schools in Northumberland for a little while. They paid me £300 and used it in every school in Northumberland. So I think we got quite a good deal. Gary had written an operating system which shared one disk drive between hundreds of BBC micros using networking stuff, which saved a fortune in those days. The disk drives were like 300 quid or something, which was incredibly complicated. My word processor worked on his operating system because I didn't have to do anything really. And he got 39 out of 40 for his project. And I got 100%, and mine was written about 2 weeks flat. And I spent more time designing the logo than writing the software. But yeah, we made a good team.
Yeah,
I think that's the only time we worked together, really.
Just before we move on to some other points about Gary, Joe's just sent a comment to me saying that he said he should have had this photo to work from for the trilogy.
I'm so glad he didn't. Look, I look drunk. Oh, terrible.
I'll spare your blushes, Peter. So
Thank you.
We'll replace it with some lovely bullet points. So, how did you and Gary sort of first get together and yeah?
Well, Gary, I think, did computer studies O level, which was like a brand new thing when he I think, and I did the first A level, and he was obviously in the class. We had 5 in our class, and our high school had like 1,500 kids in it. So there were 5. One of whom was there because he didn't want to do games, and if he did computer studies, you didn't do games because they squeezed in the curriculum. And, it was all very last minute. And obviously, being the first class ever to do this, there were no past papers to do. So we did the same one twice, and I scored 162%. I think on the I got an A in the end, so it was fine. And so did Gary. But it was quite so we got to know each other quite well through school. But the summer before we went to sixth form, I'd known Gary for ages. He'd been around the class, friends and whatever. So we sort of knew each other, and I knew he knew more about computers than me, and I was always a bit scared to ask him about stuff because he was cleverer at computers than me. And then in the summer when he split up with his girlfriend Tracy, which became sort of a thing because he put it in all his games and things, ILTDN, etc. And obviously he was a bit embarrassed about afterwards when they split up, and that summer his parents had gone away, and he was on his own for 2 weeks. So we're 16-year-old boys. He had a house with no parents in, and looked old enough to buy booze. I didn't, as you can tell from that picture. So we had quite a nice couple of weeks just drinking a bit, and we played music and watched videos and did some programming stuff, and it was quite and we got and he was it's when we sort of connected really as friends, and so we became friends then, and it was good, and then the next year we were at school together, and when he went to Newcastle Poly, I was going to Newcastle University, so he could be lifted every morning. It's very kind of him, in his collection of strange cars, so we're just like good mates, and stayed. I moved down here, moved away. It's very hard to maintain a friendship over 350 miles, and and he lives in the field somewhere, doesn't he, in the farm in the middle of nowhere. So I'm sure he's in a barn or something. I can imagine him wearing the wellies. But so I can take the piss out of him because we knew each other really well, and we good. And it's quite handy having someone you could ask a question of if you're stuck technically. And great, and then I got my little house, and so Gary's parents were back, so he would come down to my house of an evening with another friend of ours, and many a drunken evening and many an adventure was had, and many a liver has complained about it ever since. But yes, so it was good times.
And the advice went both ways, though, didn't it? I mean, you sometimes offered some advice on Gary's choice of color schemes.
Well, he's sort of colorblind, so which I thought he was kidding, but he was, and so he would. You couldn't really, to him, he couldn't really see certain color things anyway. So he'd have like sort of magenta text on a yellow, and you think, I can't read, what the hell, And so it was just simple things like that. But I did try and help out with the playability bit because that was a thing that I'd worked a bit on. And he was always the person to ask if there's a techie thing, like this thing's, why is this happening here? And he was great on the hardware side, and he just natural sort of give him a computer. A week later, it would be in bits and probably sellotape back together again quite badly. But he would know how it worked from the hardware, from the very bolts of it to every bit, and and then he worked out a way to subvert this, that, and the other, do exactly what he wants. So, very, very good programmer. Yeah.
And there's quite a. I think we've heard this story before, but I'd love to hear it again from you, Peter, about the. Was it an Acorn event that you were at?
Yeah, I think it was the first time we'd gone to see Audiogenic, and there was a show, and we were like wandering around, and Andrew Braybrook, who wrote Uridium, that Gary had been inspired by when he wrote Spycatcher. To be fair, it was a brilliant game, and his was different because it was all weird colours. But it was, and it did come out on the Beeb, didn't it? They did a great conversion of it, I seem to remember. Anyhow, there's a bit of pretend rivalry there, and yes, and so like Gary sort of tried to play a prank, and we hid around the corner. It was all like very sort of Charlie Chaplin. It was a sort of comedy. It's all a bit blurry in my head, to be honest, but it was quite a good laugh.
Gary had a habit of hiding certain messages in his games. I think you weren't aware of some of these until quite recently.
I didn't know anything about the trilogy ones.
Yeah. So that's hidden inside the Spycatcher 2 source code.
He actually looks worse than that. Well, there we are. But my 3-day-old told my son, oh dear. Well, they stole his stereo because he used to park in dodgy areas because some of the dodgy ladies he was seeing, and therefore, and he had this biggest, most expensive stereo in the cheapest little car because he couldn't get insured because I think he had a bigger car and crashed it. We all did them sort of things up north, but and he was rather angry because he spent ages installing it. And everyone sort of giggled at his tiny little car with the big stereo and the big speakers. It was like a little bit, but I couldn't drive at the time. I didn't learn to drive till I was like 20, 25 or something, which is wise. I was probably dead now if I had the sports cars I had when I was 25, when I was like 20. But it's handy because he would always give me a lift everywhere, so I was happy. But yes, I never hid any message like that. There's never any space in my games to put that sentence that long in there. And have no purpose to it. I'm sorry.
So another one of your Audiogenic former friends and colleagues is actually with us on the call today. Darryl, are you able to come off mute briefly, and if you're there?
I'll try. Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
hello,
Darryl.
Hey, how you doing, mate?
Fine, thanks. How are you? Long time.
Good. Oh, that's a good picture. That's not Gary and Peter in that picture, is it?
I don't think so. I'm looking a little. Yeah, that's far too much hair for it to be me.
I think that was the same Acorn show though, with the Houston the Iridium event occurred.
Yeah, I recognise your denim jacket. And you're wearing a name tag thing, aren't you?
Yeah. I have no idea who those two ladies are, though.
Me neither.
I stand by that. Yes, I do remember doing the Peter Scott trilogy, though. That was interesting, and it occurred to me while we were watching that so you appeared on a label called Bogey's Pick, which was the Woolworths label we did that the Peter Scott trilogy went in, and on a label called Play It Again, Sam.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
Bit of a theme there, isn't it?
There is a bit of a theme there. I never thought of that, actually. Bogey's Pick. Sigma time.
Yeah.
That looks like it's in a vault or something, doesn't it? With a curved golden ceiling. That's very odd.
Yeah, some dodgy bar. Yeah.
Yeah. That woman there seems to have a wooden body. That's quite odd, isn't it? There's a pole for pole dancing around and everything. It's a perfect setup.
I do remember that show was. I mean, you and Gary spent most of the time signing autographs, which was
hilarious. Like,
and then they would get to me and get me to sign the autographs as well, and I'm like, I just made the cassettes and did the artwork and stuff. Why am I signing these bits of paper?
I remember Gary had a panic because he was signing his normal signature, which he had this very flashy sort of thing. He said, someone could copy that and write checks. I said, Gary, I don't think someone takes an autograph book and copies the. It's a good job I didn't have to sign the Dylan one, because drawing that little paw print took ages. It was like quite a procedure. I tried to get a stamp made with it on, but the bank said you couldn't have your signature on a stamp.
And that bit, the previous bit about the Ford tour, but that also explained why when you came down to stay at my place, which I think he had a Capri by then,
Yes.
he parked out the front of the house and walked into my house with his entire stereo in his hand. Because he wouldn't leave it outside.
It wasn't removable either. I think he actually had it. He purposely made it so you could just unplug all the wires and carry it like a little handbag. I remember. Yeah, because and he had like one tape in it because the tape had got stuck, and we had to listen to, was it Kate Bush on a loop over and over again for 350 miles. It slightly put me off the fabulous artist that is Kate Bush.
Good times, yes.
Drunken times. Oh, marvelous.
Also, your description of Martin Maynard as having was it something of the night about him?
I was trying not to say anything indictable, but he was a bit like that, wasn't he?
Yeah. We
I mean, you know any more specifics than me, but I sort of remember on a couple of occasions he was there and then he seemed to disappear, like instantly. You sort of turned your head and he'd gone. It's like, where? He's very good at sort of not being there when he didn't want to be.
Yeah, he was a little elusive. He didn't really want to be the front man for it, so we were happy to just use his money and claim it was all our idea.
Software business was full of characters, shall we say, like that, wasn't it, in those days?
Yes, yeah. Well, the other guy, do you remember Henry Smithson? He was the other guy that worked there.
The frightfully posh, was he?
Yes, he was very, very, very. Yeah.
Well, everyone's posh to me, obviously, being like a northerner, like what I am, a professional northerner. But he's very, very posh. Because I thought where you were was actual proper London, and it was like it's miles outside London.
Yeah. It's Junction 12 of the M4.
Because I slept on some bubble wrap in the Audiogenic office when I first started to work in telly. I got a job in London and started the same day, and hadn't told Peter Calver, who was running it then, that I had a job in television. I was sort of still working for him, but because it was on television and because I said, I'll publicise your games, and he was quite nice about it. And I was put in a hotel for a while, but I hadn't found anywhere to live because everything cost stupid amounts of money because it was London and from the north. And so he very graciously let me sleep on the bubble wrap in the warehouse for a week. And I journeyed all the way to Docklands from Junction 4 it was a long way, a long way of a morning.
That was Harrow, wasn't it? He was in Harrow.
Oh, he was in Harrow, yes, yeah. So that was to the end, yeah. But still.
A long way to Docklands, yeah.
In those days, especially before the Jubilee line. So, yeah. I'm still in Docklands, so there we are.
Okay.
It's a little bit, but there's more than one tower and the railway that shuts at 8 o'clock now. Well, everything's obviously shut at the minute. So.
Yeah.
Marvelous.
Cool.
Thanks, Darryl. Okay. So somebody else, I think, Peter, that you probably have some memories you might be able to share with us is around Dave Reader from A&B Computing.
Well, he was fabulous. He was like sort of, he would ring me up asking for stuff. I started writing games diaries, like sort of, to try and publicize the games initially, but also because I quite like writing stuff on paper with words and things, and as well as writing code. So, and he always encouraged me to do that sort of stuff. And he was really friendly. He was always, he's nice. He would never print anything horribly nasty, even if he'd tell you if he didn't like something. But he's quite straightforward, and he's a lovely guy. He's a really nice guy. And he's one of the reasons I got in with the software people behind the magazines and stuff. He put me in touch with the right sort of people, and he was lovely, very helpful. And he knew stuff really well, and he was a very nice bloke.
Now, Tynesoft, you didn't actually ever work with them, but you went to a lot of their parties, I think you said.
Yeah, well, you would, wouldn't you? I mean, there weren't many parties. Us programmers who sit in our bedrooms all day, we didn't get out much. And Tynesoft did, though. I mean, they didn't have any choice because the office kept burning down, didn't it? So, all the Dragon 32s catching fire. But yes, so that all those kind of Bruce was. I ended up, for a little while, I ran an office up north for Audiogenic, which had a sort of some Tynesoft. Bruce worked there for a little while, and some other people. I think Dave worked there a little bit. I was allegedly in charge, but not really, because they were my mates, and and so for 9 months I was sort of the manager of a team of programmers and artists and stuff. I mainly sat and played solitaire on my brand new PC. And I got very good at solitaire. But then I had to go, and when we were developing this Nintendo game, and the guy who developed it disappeared after not doing any work, after showing us fake things for like 3 months. And I knew I told the boss he was no use. But and of course I had to try and fix it because I was in charge. So I ended up having to write the game. But they got a really good programmer in as well. So. And I had a lot of fun writing that game actually, but and that's just before that's after the BBC stuff and before the TV stuff. So I recognise all those people. Kevin Blake wrote the best platform games, really good platform games. Dave Croft was a very elusive man, but good fun. Bruce was one of the finest drinkers in the history of the Northeast, and that's thing. He had trousers made entirely out of beer mats, which was like quite an invention. I mean, and he called his dog something obscene, so he could just stand and bellow his dog's name on his doorstep and sound like he was swearing at everybody. And Jason Dave, yeah, many a blurry evening was spent before I wore glasses even. So it was and I turned up after their office burned down and offered some help, but there's not much I could do because we just wandered around trying to see if there's anything we could nick, really, but there wasn't. So yeah. I think that is the right Jason to yes, I think so.
Something actually I think a lot of people are curious about in general is how much you made from the games. So I think this is sort of a summary of some of the amounts that you would have typically got.
It was sort of I mean, roughly it was sort of 10%. I seem to remember was the sort of rate you get. So on the 795 be about 80p a copy. You get on some games after a while got an advance when you finished it, so you'd finish it. Sort of an incentive to make you finish the thing, and also a block of money which would come in handy after getting nothing for a little bit. So the royalties would be taken, the advance would be against the royalties, so you wouldn't get anything until the advance was paid off. So and then there was all these multifarious deals, as Darryl said, for the Buggy's Pick and all the compilations and the book clubs, which they guaranteed to buy more copies, I think. But would pay less for them because it was a bulk deal, normally a bit later. And so, all these different things. And then the conversions I wrote, and obviously the original people would get a cut of every sale as well. But it sort of was hopefully counteracted by the fact that you had a name that people would recognize on the stand and therefore hopefully would sell more. And it tended to. And ready-made nice adverts and things like that. So there were advantages in doing those. So, something like half the royalties would go to the original people and half to me. But I think I've got a bigger advance as well, I think. So like I say, and so it's very difficult to work out how much money in total because you're getting royalties from this game, an advance from that game, then the compilation sales of that game, and then it's all and you'd get, and I used to get them every quarter, so every 3 months. It's you can some quarters I got quite big checks and some quarters I didn't, and it's very hard to manage a normal everyday lifestyle when you suddenly got a lump of money and you're 22 and you've got 3 months with no more money coming in, and then if you're getting the same amount per week, it would be brilliant and genius, and you should be able to sort that out and do that yourself. But when you're 20 and you're bored and you're up north and it's the 80s, I mean those shoulder pads had to be paid for. The Mammy Vice car, no, but my red fluted furniture or whatever it was. So it was I always said I hadn't sort of, it was like having an extra. I was paid 20% more than I felt I was paid because the money was in lumps, and I never knew, because you'd sort of think, well, I'll finish that game, so I'll have that chunk. But the sales, I mean, stick a pin in the map. Have a bunch of monkeys with typewriters typing out the accounts. It's very difficult to work out what you're going to be paid, and that's not an easy. It's not an easy life. If something doesn't sell, you're a bit stuffed for 3 months. So it got quite. But as you build up a library of stuff, you hopefully get a bit more sales. So it was interesting. It made me sort of, when I finally, I don't think I've ever in my entire life been a PAYE employee or whatever. I've always been a freelancing person, or I ran my own company, which I think I was that. But because I'm running the company, you're not really an employee. Although I was working for other people, but I've never been a proper employee, so I've never sort of had my tax taken off properly. I've always had to do that myself, very badly. So I don't quite know what that's like, but so I've always had to sort everything like that out myself. So a modern person, 0 hours contracts, yes. Not so much 0 hours contracts, £0 contracts on some of the games I wrote, but no, it was good. I can't really complain because my living expenses weren't particularly high. I didn't really drink till I was about 20, which was probably very good for my liver. And don't eat much. I lived in a little house and I wasn't that bothered. So I spent money on cars, obviously not on clothes. You've seen the pictures, all hairstyle products. So yeah, I can't really complain. I was doing okay. So.
Now, after you'd obviously stopped writing games for the BBC, I know you mentioned it earlier that the Archimedes wasn't the easiest machine to write for. Is that what sort of put you off continuing with sort of Acorn programming in general?
Also, it didn't seem to be doing very well. I mean, the initial one came out, and then was it the 3000, the one that was more like the Amiga, because the original one was like more like a PC. Again, my memory is probably wrong on this. I remember I would have been frustrated writing on anything really after sticking so long to the same hardware. Other people had written on other things, and I'd played around. I mean, I'd used the Argos Software's compiler programs on the Amiga to sort of do game stuff, just little bits and pieces. So I'd learned 68,000 anyway, and when I was working in TV, I was writing little programs on the Amiga that were being used on our TV show, just because I could. And so I designed graphics in the background for stuff when we couldn't afford anyone to do it properly. Yeah, I do things like that, and write little shoot 'em up games and little games on our Sky daily show and our Channel 4 weekly show. And we got lots of adventures over that. But the Archimedes, I would have thought, because I knew the BBC and the Acorn stuff, that would be an advantage. But the thing with ARM and RISC, completely different way of doing, as different as from a normal processor as could be. And, even though in some ways the simplicity of the instructions made them a bit more 8-bitty, but very powerful. But very powerful in a blunt power sort of way, and not making things on the screen look nice and smooth and squirrely. It had lots of hardware, but a bit like the Atari ST, it wasn't really, the Amiga was better, even though its hardware wasn't quite as nice because it could do squirrely and sprites, so it was better for games. And so I found it quite frustrating, and it was very glitchy, and I don't know, it just seemed like and the initial sales were quite poor, and you felt that things were moving on to different things. The consoles were starting to take over, which I thought was terrible, because you can't program a console without buying some development system and being nice to Nintendo or something. But so it was sort of I could feel, and I tried a bit on a PC, which in those days with 4-color graphics and every sound card being different and just desperate, and if you think the colors were bad in the BBC, I mean, VGA, lots of nice purple there. So just really, in those days, that wasn't really much fun either, and watching everyone struggling on that. So I'm glad I got to do a bit of stuff on the NES, although I didn't know the technical side. But the Krusty's Super Funhouse was the original game, and we did Krusty's Funhouse. It didn't have the word super in it. It wasn't because it was bad. It was because it wasn't for the Super Nintendo, it was for the Nintendo. And it was good fun, like working on a Simpsons thing, because even though it's actually quite funny now again, it's got funny again all of a sudden for some reason. But 700 episodes on, 700 episodes. I used to worship that show, and again, it was the thing. I didn't really want to write this game. I didn't have much of a choice, but I didn't really want to. But it's a Simpsons thing. So, a Simpsons thing. So that's nice. And we managed to, Matt Groening liked it in the end. It was actually quite a nice little game. I think it was Gary, I can't remember his surname now. My memory's going. Not Gary Payne, it's the other one. Programmer, it was very good. He used to be a journalist on Zap 64 programmer. And he managed to get the NES to do things like what's happening in the Mario cartridges with all the extra hardware, except we didn't have the extra hardware. And he managed to really squeeze some stuff out of there. And it made the game very nice. I did the algorithmic side. So the rats moved in a very logical fashion. And you had to lead the rats out of a building. It was very sort of, it was based on a different game. And so it was quite an interesting sort of thing. It was a nice thing to do. We had no time. And the deadline was incredibly strict. It was for Electronic Arts in the US, and so there was like various layers of stuff. So the money kept going up every week because they wanted us to finish. And of course, we were just working 19 hours a week, and they sent him up north, and he was like the house next door to me. And so it's like sort of being in some sort of sitcom together. And he was like this London person who, smoked weed and things. It's like, my goodness, this person's like proper. He's from a city. And we had a great old time. We stayed in touch long after that, because working in telly, I think he was very, very senior in games development, and I think he ended up in Hollywood or something. I can't remember. Maybe that's someone else, but yes. But that game, by the time we finished it, the NES market had sort of died, and so it wasn't released in the UK. I think it was released in the US, but it didn't really. Yeah, it won some awards or something, but I was quite pleased at. But it wasn't a very fun process because of all the shenanigans at the start with the guy saying, "Oh, I've written everything," and he hadn't done a jot. There were lots and lots of sentences stuffed in his code. I wish I could have said some of those different sentences to his face, but there we are, management here.
So your sort of career in games development was starting to come to an end at this point, and you had an interview lined up with Hewland International at this point. I think around the time that you were still at Audiogenic, but in the role of running their Newcastle development team, isn't it?
And we'd had a sort of finished it because the games that we were working on, the 3 games, and I'd finished the Crusty one, and the cricket game was being finished, and the 3rd game was was done, or sort of, it was graphics for someone writing something elsewhere. So and basically 9 months or whatever it was in an office, people didn't like being in offices, and it was a mismatched bunch of people in the way. It was like people who didn't have anywhere else to go, and it's just sort of a place to put everybody. And it was quite a disparate set of people, and very nice people, very very talented, a lot of them. And it was sort of coming to an we'd agreed it'd be finished in I think 3 months. And there's this advert for a job in TV. Now I sort of quite wanted to work in TV, but it's like wanting to be a princess. How do you work in television? I lived up north in a little house, and I read video games. What do people who work in television actually do apart from swan around being glamorous and appearing on camera? I found out quite quickly that it's not very glamorous, but so I had the idea that I wanted to do that. I've been writing reviews of TV stuff for like satellite TV magazines. So I've been watching the bizarre programs on at 12 o'clock on Sat 1, the German thing that had programs where ladies got their boobs out and made funny noises and game shows and all sorts of weird. And I wrote stuff like Clive James did, but nowhere near as funny, taking the piss out of these programs. And the satellite magazine was mainly full of listings about how to tune satellites and which receiver was the best and how big your dish had to be. We have my little jolly jokes about Italian television, which was it was good. But I had some stuff published in other magazines, TV type reviews. So I sort of have a tiny advert for like new games TV service starting 5 days a week on Sky. Staff wanted all levels, so I just applied. I said I write games, but I think I could do this kind of thing. I've no idea what working in television. I just wrote a comedy letter, and then I got home like a few days later. I'd been out, and there was my answering machine's like, "Peter's too busy having sex and taking drugs to come to the phone right now." A comedy message like that friend of mine made. And this woman, and he was going, "What? You take drugs? I can't possibly imply." And I was like, "Give me a call back if that was a joke." So I rang up. She said, "Come down for an interview now." This very shouty New Zealand woman. And so the next day, I drove to London, went for an interview, was kept waiting 5 hours, as she sat under her desk having a tantrum because they just fired somebody. I went in and had this bizarre interview that lasted about 30 seconds in my head. I'm sure it was a little bit longer, where she said, "What newspapers do you read?" I said, "The Guardian." And she said, "Oh, it's a terrible newspaper." I said, "You advertise this job on The Guardian? I wouldn't be here if I didn't read The Guardian." I said, "Also read The Sun because it's really strange and funny and rude and racist and nasty. But, it's the most popular newspaper in Britain, so I have a look at it." She went, and she opened the door and also went, "This guy reads The Sun and The Guardian, ha!" And these people were like going, I just shook their heads and just went back typing in my computers. And I was sitting there thinking, what on earth? And she said, "You've got a job, you start now, there's your desk." But, right. My brother was in the car, by the way. I couldn't tell him. My brother drove me down because I'm scared going to London. So he had been sitting in the car for 5 hours in my car. And so she put me in a hotel for a week, and I never really went back after sleeping on Audiogenic's floor for, I think, 3 days before I got the flat. I was somewhere. And I was a researcher on Games Master, so my first job was finding out the cheats that the little children say, "Please, Games Master, how do I get past level 7 of blah, blah, blah?" I didn't realize at the time, of course, that we wrote those cheats and the kids just read them out. They would give us our cheats and we'd put them into our cheat file and find out the answers. Yeah, right. I was really disillusioned. What, we don't ever do that? I went, "No, of course not. They're always really boring. They always want the same things, the extra lives on Mario." Okay. So So the first time we filmed it, I did a chicken asking a question and, someone upside down and Jet off of Gladiators, and just for a bit of variety. And series 2 of Games Mistress. So, and within about 3 months, I was the development piece of the next series. And then we did Games World, and I ended up producing a series of Games World within 6 months. And then a year later, I was head of development for the company, thinking up ideas and working across all channels. And well, there's a list of things. Games World was 5 nights a week, 6 o'clock. And at the time in 1993, it was getting 1 million viewers a night, which was a lot of viewers.
Yeah.
It was made for like 10 pence as well. It was very, like fight nights, we called them, where the kids would play video games against each other. Then on the Friday, they'd play against the Videators, which were the motley bunch of people in terrible wigs. Gaming grannies. My mate Doug played Jesus, the game's Messiah. He got into trouble because we killed him at Easter. Of course we would, wouldn't we? And he came back on Easter Monday. As a special episode. The Daily Telegraph thought it was disgusting, which is brilliant. And I did a show with David Walliams called Madam Pixel's Pea Parlour. He would dress up like a lady. He's always been the same, Mr. Walliams. I did first job in telly from me. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm really sorry. He's a good bloke. He's very, very funny and very, very strange. And everything you think about him is probably true, but I don't know. All I know is that, I used to write stuff with him, and he would be much funnier than it should have been. He would always manage, and he was always a bit too dirty. He used to do this character who would hold a little plant in front of his genitals and run around naked on a children's television show. And the plant got smaller every week. It was quite a challenge in editing. Then we did a sitcom thing, which was called BTV, which had Jet from Gladiators, and Williams was in it. And it was set in a TV station because it's an easy thing to do. And we had to have reviewers pop up review video games, and we couldn't afford anybody, so I had to be one of them. So I played researcher on the television show I was actually writing and producing. I played researcher. It was very good. And there's a newsreader who had no trousers on, obviously, because newsreaders don't wear trousers. And it was an American TV show that was strange days. And then invented the computer channel, which Sky wanted a channel about computers, so the company said, go on then. So I wrote an entire channel. That was quite a thing, writing the whole channel in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And again, no money. And it was about to be, we put it in, and we did a presentation. I had a big board made, and I pulled off like things, and it was all, it was comedy warp polystyrene. And the two rather large ladies who ran the company, I called them my dolly dealers, and they didn't like that very much. They thought I was being a sexist pig, but it worked out in the end. We got the commission, but I'd left because I got offered the job of head of stupid ideas at Live TV, the cable station. So Bouncing Dwarfs, Topless Darts. We did a boxing match between Princess Diana and the Queen. Lookalikes. It was just, anything to grab some eyes. Handy hunks who would take their shirts off and then tell you how to fix your shower. It was full of really stupid. The weather in Norwegian. We did, so there'd be a lady telling you the weather, and she'd tell you the weather in Britain in Norwegian, then she'd tell you the weather in Norway in English. I never understood that one. Stuttering newsreaders, that one didn't last very long. Well, the bit lasted a very long time, but the news, it wasn't very funny. And the bouncing dwarf weather was my favorite bit. I hired 7 dwarfs to audition, of course, because you would. And there I was in this TV station, open plan office, all people working on all these shows about fashion and pop music and stuff. There's me with 7 dwarfs. Hi ho, they all started singing as we walked down. They're all Ewoks, they'll all been in films together. And the trouble was that if you bounced on they were bouncing a trumpet, telling you the weather, bouncing higher to get to Scotland, although we weren't all in Scotland, so we used to make the weather up in Scotland. You tell the journalistic, this is for the Daily Mirror, by the way. And he bounced off and broke his leg once, but he liked the job. I met his whole family. They came in and rusty goff, bouncing off. So I'll never be a general of the BBC after a career like that. Then I started my own company and made CG animation for 12 years, starting off making late night filth and for Channel 4, and then ended up making multinational preschool shows with 100 staff and very complicated requirements and whatever. And that got a bit boring. So now I'm sort of freelancey, and I do bits and pieces all over the place, like movies. I've done a movie scripts. I do speaking events, taking the piss out of technology, and pointing out to the people working technology how ridiculous some of the things they think the public, they don't understand how the public uses their technology, and that kind of thing. And do it all remotely now, which is interesting. Not as much fun, but I like an audience. So I've done a bit of stand-up comedy. I've done I've pitched channels. I got funding for a channel called 2 Minute TV, which is going to be everything will be 2 minutes long, and with lots of sleeper ideas. But that kind of fell through at the last minute. But I'm about to start a YouTube channel, which will have all of those concepts that I've devised at great expense with comedy titles popping up. I just have to make them now for no money. So, but I've got some collaborators that I'm working with to do that. So yeah. So I worked in TV about computers, video games, and technology for a long time, and gradually just ended working kids shows. And the great thing about kids shows is they're about everything. They're factual. It could be comedy, pop music. We do melds of sort of sitcoms and factual shows and all sorts. And the boss, my boss, the one who's sitting under her desk shouting and screaming the day I met her, she sort of became like a surrogate aunt. She lives about 200 yards away from me. She's retired now, and I still see her quite a lot, and she's great fun. And she ended up working in the States, writing big drama series, so she's very talented. And lots of people that I started to work with in telly were from the video games journalists mainly, video game side, and most of them are still good mates of mine, because we bonded making these really strange shows and going to the pub at lunchtime and in the evening and the weekends, and then all these PR boozy sort of thing, and I sort of was slightly away from the programming side, but then we'd had this live show and they wanted stuff like games for people at home to play using their touch-tone phones. So the guy developed some hardware, so I wrote some software so people would press move the characters around using their touch-tone phone so they could play games when they're just out, which was like quite a nice thing. There's a bit of a delay for the satellite signal, but a lot less than there is now because it was analog at the time, so it's much quicker.
Yeah.
So it'd be a little bit delayed, but we'd have a little system where there's a guy called Vinny. We called it Vinteractive Television because he'd sit in the middle and make sure it was fair. And we'd always have people playing against each other in two-player games, so it was at least they both had the same disadvantage. So it was live TV and game shows and comedy and all made for like sort of 27 pence. So it used to work every hour, was cheap, but vast amounts of experience. Finest thing, we had a kid called Big Boy Barry, who was the presenter of the show we did, and I got him and Mr. Blobby walking across a hill as the sun set behind them. It was a beautiful shot. I nearly cried. Mr. Blobby and the fat kid all together. It was like a lovely shot. And that was filming something about the Atari Jaguar, so that was a long time ago. So technology, working in CG animation I started off doing it because people were, in the late 90s using video game stuff like 3D Studio Max to make telly stuff. And we did lots of very strange animations, which if you're up between midnight and 6 in the morning at weekends and watch Channel 4, we'd be showing lots of strange films and we'd do some odd bits that would pop up. It was never really defined as a program. It was like interstitials. We ended up doing stuff on primetime Friday night once, and people complained in their droves. So Ginger Forrest, who was the character, who was I'm not even starting to get into that. It was innuendo-driven, shall we say, who'd pop up before, I think it was Friends, and give some innuendos about her little slot. And Channel 4, they thought it was very funny, but the Great British public didn't, which is quite good. And they made shows for all sorts of TV channels and all sorts of stuff. Had a great old time doing it. But I'm 55 now, so I'm taking a step back. I couldn't be asked with running a company anymore. I do everything from clean the blood. If the toilet blocked because our programmer Pete had a big poo, it's down to me to make sure you're running a small business. It's not. It's down to me to make things work, as well as think up the ideas and sell it. And after a while, it gets a little bit hard. You get a bit like, I can't pitch another program idea to that idiot. So you just So I've sort of taken a step back from running things and just do the bits I like, which is writing. So, which I do a lot of scripts, and I've written a book about TV shows because I've made a few of them. And The Last Resort of the Scoundrel. It's a good construct. So I've written a book about that, which is in the process of being published, hopefully. I'm got this YouTube channel thing, which I've been playing with for a while. But I've got quite a lot of stuff already made, and but I just wanted to get a few other people on board. So hopefully that's going to launch in the next 2 months. It's a YouTube thing, so it's going to launch quite small, and let's see what happens. Just need one of these things to go viral, and hope you can't plan on that. But you can make decent money off YouTube now. It's so bizarre. I don't understand how the business models work. The targeted adverts are hilarious. I mean, I was watching I watch lots of car stuff. I still like cars, and they show me adverts for ladies' makeup, then Triumph motorcycles. Just why that's targeted how? That's very well done, Google. Everything in my house will switch on now. I said Google. So so technology's always been a thing that I've worked with. So I worked in the Big Breakfast, which was trying to be jolly at 7 o'clock in the morning. For goodness sake, how many drugs were taken by those people? I mean, of course, I was out the loop and didn't really know, because we'd written a game called Skid Marks, which was a game you drove around a thing. Skid Marks, Big Breakfast type humor. We did the title sequences for them because we could. So I once had a day where we had our cartoons were on through the night, and we were on the Big Breakfast in the morning and sort of ran into each other. It was quite interesting. That was our rude, filthy cartoon. That was our jolly Big Breakfast title sequence. Like, we did a whole 24 hours. so it's good fun.
And
from the BBC Micro.
And you're relearning HTML and CSS, is that right?
Yes, I just I just got frustrated with things, and I get a bit frustrated with things that if I don't like them, like and being a programmer, like I can always work out how to change things. I just so I just learned how to change things. So I use Firefox and I've customized it because it's a bit better on the privacy thing than everything else. I just wanted to make it look the way I wanted to make it look, and try to do the same thing with the entire internet. It's a little difficult, but I've done a fair bit of it, and I quite enjoy fiddling. It's sort of a hobby more than anything else, but do a bit of that, and because I've made animation, I sort of knew how to do that, After Effects and the usual posh bits of software. But now I can do it myself. So, and you can get software now that we spend thousands of pounds on that does everything automatically. It's not very good, but it works for basic stuff, and you do. And animation just needs to be as good as it needs to be. So always move things less. That's the key thing in animation. If you think of those classic Hanna-Barbera cartoons, they're just a mouse moving most of the time, to be honest. It wasn't that much. All the same sequences over and over and over again, which we used to do a lot of. And that's when and pitching things all the time, sort of get used to. That's why I do the public speak. My cat is yowling massively, the miserable cat that he is. He's yowling. I apologize if you hear him in the background, but because I've shut the door. His little bed's behind me that he lies on. He's a grumpy old cat. But yes, so I'd like to see the BBC Micro help me sell things to the BBC, but it never did. The people who work at telly, there was always this conflict between the video games people and the telly people, and I was like the person in the middle because I like telly and everything and knew about telly, but wrote video, so I was the person in the middle. And the video games people on the shows I worked on did watch the video games bits, the reviews and the factual bits, and then if there's some comedy bits, they would just leave the room. The other people, the ones who made the comedy bits, would watch the comedy bits but not watch the factual bits, and you'd end up with sort of the worst of both worlds. So I forced everyone to watch everything. That was my policy, and which kind of sort of worked out. So.
Well, before we go to the Q&A, I think that you're familiar with this lady here.
I'm
Peter,
very familiar with lovely Diane. Yes, that dress there was so much trouble. It split because she's quite an ample person, in lots of very lovely ways. And so I had a puncture repair kit that I used to use of a morning before she got to the studios, where we sort of it was quite a thing, that dress. It was held together by gaffer tape and puncture repair kits. But she was the Games Mistress because we had Games Master. So, it's my idea to have a Games Mistress. So the kids would come on and ask her, the Games Mistress, how to get past level whatever? And she'd make some innuendo about waggling your joystick too much and going blind. And then tell them, the naughty little chap, to stop, and then read out, press A, B, C, C, C. She had no idea what any of this was, just like Patrick Moore on Games Master. I had no idea. What is a Nintendo when it's at home? Does it have wheels? I remember him asking me once, like, yeah. And so she turned up and we'd film like 26 episodes in a day. She was very tired by the end. We filmed her once in a swimming pool, and that caused trouble with her. It was too cold, shall we say, and the channel, we couldn't broadcast it, even with me trying to blur out bits. It was a bit. I should have drawn a yellow dress and hung it on her from previous experience, but she was lovely. She was really nice, and she just pop up with monitors, and David Williams and her would have some innuendo type stuff. It was very, she's lovely. I ended up working with lots of gladiators. I don't know. I've never liked the show, but I ended up working with lots of that bloke. 3, 2, 1. Him. I worked with him for a bit. The sports thing we did. Him and the BBC commentary guy who was very funny, who did the darts. Sid Waddell. Yes, he was a genius. Sid Waddell. He's a very clever man. Geordie, of course. At Deck, worked with them. They're all right for Geordies, I suppose. They've done okay, I suppose. Lovely blokes. But yeah, she was, Miss Udell was very good fun. She had a very dirty laugh, and she never complained about anything, which is, when you work in low budget television, was always always a boon.
Well, on behalf of myself and everybody else, Peter, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the stuff that you've been chatting to us about this evening. I'm going to seamlessly hand over to Dom to manage the Q&A section next. So if you'll just bear with me while I do that, I'll do that now. But
thanks for that, Peter. So we'll move on to the Q&A now. We've got a couple of pre-prepared questions. Right, so yeah, from Colin Hode, where were you living throughout your Acorn career in the 80s? It sounds like you moved about a bit.
I didn't actually. I was living in Bedlington in Northumberland, so about 10 miles outside Newcastle. Famous for the little dogs that are horrible, nasty, wiry-head little shiny dogs. Very trendy nowadays, apparently, but passed me by. Horrible things. My aunt used to breed them. Nasty, nippy dogs. Never liked them. But yeah, me and Gary Partis both lived. He lived at one end. I lived at the other. You know. And lived there till I got my job in telly. And when I came down for my job interview, I never really went home. Gary rented my house for me for a little while. Like, it was like one of those things that just, he's in between homes, and he stayed in my house for a little bit. Did a lot of work in it, which was good. But yeah, that's where I was. And because I had my own house from about the age of 19, I think it was 19, when my granddad died. So he had this little house, and my parents inherited it. And so I rented it from them, then bought it from them in the end. And I think that house cost me £12,000 and sold recently for 300 and something £1,000, which shows you the difference of a few years makes. But yes, so that's where I lived. I lived on the front street in between. Bedlington was famous for having 25 pubs on its front street, so that's quite a lot of pubs. And I think it's about 4 now, one of which is a huge Wetherspoons. It's the only pub anyone goes to. But back then, I had 25 pubs, so it was an interesting place to live, in a way.
Cool. And so the next one is from Jason Nicholls, who helped prepare this slide deck. He's saying you're prolific. Besides the deadlines, what motivated you to keep that pace up? Because you got through a lot, didn't you?
I did, actually. I mean, I look back at it now and I think, blimey, it didn't seem that much at the time. I was always worried about being... The thing is that when you work for yourself, in effect, and you're, especially with the things that weren't conversions, you know, I sat in my living room and my computers were against the wall of my living room in the corner. So it's almost like I was sitting watching the telly and I could be working. You could always sort of be working. I hadn't quite learned then to make a separation between work and sort of, you know, so I moved all the computers and put the partition wall up and put them upstairs. So I sat in the dark upstairs rather than like downstairs. Not the world's, it didn't seem, but dark was good for looking at the screens. But it was it's quite a motivation like anyone. I wanted to earn some money. I wanted to you know, I was sort of learning as I was going along, and felt I wanted to feel I was getting better at what I was doing. So there's that. There wasn't really any rivalries or anything. I didn't really, didn't really think much about other people, or you know, it was just a case of just getting on, and you know, and trying to, when you're a freelance person working remotely as well. I mean, a lot of people know this, I suppose. Now I'm sort of a veteran of working remotely for a long time. That it's difficult to make an impact or impress someone, apart from to do the work really well and to try and be on time and try and be, you know, make it a little bit better. One of the mottos of my little company was like just making things a bit better than it should be. You know, because if you over deliver massively, people can get quite confused. But if you make something that's better than it ought to be, and it's sort of a jokey thing as well. We should say we made tomorrow's television tomorrow, because it was a fact. But you know, but make something a little bit better than it should be. And you know, if it's made for a lower budget, make it look high budget and all that sort of thing. And I try to do that with the games I wrote as well, just make them play a little better, to look a bit like they were running on a newer, better computer. Just the gloss of games that sometimes just missed off when you've got no memory and all that sort of thing. So there's that kind of thing. So and you know, paying the bills and buying the wine and and later on buying the silly little Honda sports cars that I'd trash. So the usual sort of motivations, really.
So, there's one here from Dave Arcadian. Were there any other Acorn gamers, game coders outside, other than the Northeast Mafia, that you particularly admired? Are there any developers that you considered heroes? And if so, did you get to meet any of them at the computer shows?
Well, David Braben, obviously, not the world's most complimentary thing about the gameplay of Elite, but as a technical achievement, it was astonishing and marvelous. And he's still a very big figure in video games and everything. And there's still hardware people. I met Herman Hauser, and when you think about how the BBC Micro and Acorn and ARM and all that connection between where we are with our phones today and this little British company that did these strange old-fashioned, connected to the old-fashioned BBC computers, and it's ended up being in every smartphone. It's quite an interesting story, isn't it? So that sort of side. But you see, the thing is, I never felt I was the world's very good programmer. I sort of got by, but because I was on my own and sort of had learned myself, I did, as we all did, really. But it's I wasn't particularly confident about whether I was a good programmer or not. I mean, people would laugh now if people come across as fairly sort of not the world's most shrinking violet, but back then I was, and so I wasn't really a big shot. And Gary was always a better programmer than me, and most of the programmers on Up North were better than me. So I kind of admired everybody. I like the ones who came up with the original interesting games, Manic Miner, and the really the weirder sort of games, the strange. Jeff Minter and his llamas, and it was the characters. I mean, there is an indie game scene now, I know, but for a long time it's been a bit corporate, a bit bland, and endless shooting people in the face games. So it's the ones who could make a quirky idea work. I really like, but like Orlando and Frack, and it's all the usual lot. There are lots of very really brilliant weird little games that would crop up occasionally, like the one with the Dig Dug copy thing. That was brilliant. And that one, that was a platform game with a tiny little screen. I can't even remember what it was called, but it's a squirrely platform. That was a fabulous game that sort of cropped up somewhere. So it's those kind of things, really. Right.
So this is Zero X Code. He's a modern day game writer for the Electron. He's got a question for you.
I know. I follow you on Twitter.
Yeah. Hi, Peter. Excellent talk. Thank you. I hope my internet connection is stable enough, because I think my Wi-Fi repeater just shut down because it's so late. From the Netherlands, by the way. I just want to thank you for your excellent games that you made. And I think my favorites are The Last Ninja, Ransack, and Thunderstruck 1 and 2.
Oh, pretty good.
I like to think, it's really smooth, and it's great inspiration for the things I try to do. And I was thinking, it's really great that you also made all the games work smoothly and nicely on the Electron. So that's my favorite computer, as you may know. So I'm glad you made all these cool games. And I have a question, because I'm trying to make my games work on the Electron and the BBC, and it's all from one binary, actually. So it's like a multi-platform binary. How did you do that back in the day? Because I have all these modern tools, and my tool chain is easy to change. How did you do it back in the day? Make it from one source available on the Electron and on the BBC?
Well, I mean, there would sort of be two physically separate things. I mean, I'd have an Electron version and a BBC version, but there'd be very slight differences. I mean, but basically on the Electron, it meant for the main core code just to ignore all the hardware. I know some of the stuff you're doing, you're using the hardware and the machines to do in the Electron, to do fabulous things with all the graphics and everything. But I sort of basically ignore, apart from a couple of very specific things, all of the hardware scrolling and the BBC might not use modes 0, 1, and 2 because they ran so slowly and things like that, and be careful with the audio. But I had a bunch of routines. I had my Electron routines and my BBC routines, and I sort of pasted them in, and it would everything would sort of work with everything because I'd written all the tools to do that. But so the same basic core data for the screens and the graphics and everything. But everything was designed so that without the color split for the panel, or for example on the Electron games, it would look okay in the default colors and everything. So just a case of being quite careful. I mean, you're pushing the hardware much further than I ever did, because you're doing some incredible stuff. Like I've seen the demos you've put on Twitter, so it's fabulous stuff. It's great to see the machine still being used and still being pushed. It's fabulous.
Yeah, thank you.
I was always a big fan of the Acorn because it did, it was sort of the cheap BBC, and it was almost as good. And it was a pity about the supply issues. I think if they'd been available when people wanted them, it would have been a much bigger machine, and it would have, and it would have enriched all of us who worked and played games in the area a lot. And it was really unfortunate that the supply chain thing didn't work, so it just ended up missing its little niche it had. But no, it's a fabulous machine. It always has been.
I agree, and I'm glad you showed that like 35 years ago, and here we are, 35 years later, and I'm still showing that to everybody who wants to see that. Yeah,
that's great. And I don't know, in some ways, I mean, there was talk about doing the Electron versions of stuff quite often, actually, because they didn't sell as many. But I said, well, it's not extra work to do. If I keep doing the same format, it's not any extra work, and it's some extra people, and at least they get to use their computer and they get to see things that they can buy for it.
Right.
Also felt bad for people who had the computer and maybe wouldn't have enough money to buy a new one, and all of a sudden their computer wasn't popular, so it was difficult to do things on, so they're sort of left out in the cold. So it's a case of just trying to keep it going as long as possible.
Yeah. So I have another question. Is like, do you ever get the itch to go back to 8-bit and create something that you didn't get out of your system back in the day?
Well, it's funny. Like initially, I was thinking about it, and I pasted in a screenshot. I think it was a Spycatcher, the nice loading screen. I pasted it in on my Mac screen, which is, was it 5,200 and something by 2,600? And so it was like tiny little postage stamp in the corner. I thought that's the entire screen of a game I wrote. And I thought, well, and obviously you blow it up bigger. It's like, my goodness, it's like watching Attack of Tetris. But seeing some of the stuff you were doing, and just I was looking at some of the with the book that Martin wrote and everything, and looking at some of those old games. I downloaded the emulators, and I've started to fiddle around a little bit. So yeah, something I didn't think I would do, I've started to do, because I enjoy the challenges of trying to make the sort of the hardware that's not very fast, not very capable. I think it's more, in some ways, it's more satisfying to get something out of that than obviously on a modern computer. You can do almost anything instantly, and whereas to get like the sort of hardware to do stuff is quite enjoyable, and it's something I hadn't really thought about until quite recently. So yes, I am fiddling around a little bit. I haven't produced anything yet, but I'm looking into it, and thanks for that. And cool. Stuff that you were doing, it really made me think about it. So.
Oh, that's great. I'm looking forward to what you're trying to make. You're right.
I'll send you a message on Twitter when I've done something.
Yeah, cool, great, yeah. And it's really great that we're still pushing this little machine as far as we can. I have one last question that is about the tools from back in the day. I think you mentioned something about your own sprite editor. I'm thinking, okay, I can use all these modern tools. It's not really a fair comparison. But what did you use for creating all those levels, all the sprites? Now, the music, we don't talk about the music, but the other stuff, yeah?
I basically had a level designer that would sort of split the screen into blocks. So say on a Thunderstruck screen, that'd be, I think that the first version had 32 by 15 blocks, and each block would be subdivision of blocks. So it was like 15. There'd be 1 or 16 different blocks, and in different places the blocks would be different things. So that half a byte, so trying to save as much, could represent something different in different places. And then that would look up stuff in the table, which would place these blocks together. So it took a little bit of time. It wasn't the quickest thing, but when you're drawing a screen from running between them, it was fast. Any machine could do it. And so I had a level editor where I'd paste in block number 31, and that would put in the corner, and then it would work out where the screen was in the map, and I'd have a separate table for every screen with a set of colors, and then there'd be like a little layer of stuff that go over the top to maybe put dots to make everything look dark or whatever. And again, there'd just be one number held per screen to do all this. And so basically I just sort of move the cursor around, press the button, type a number, and that would create the level. And then it would cram it into memory, and I'd see, and I did display that part of the memory on the screen so I could see it fill up as I was going. It's very satisfying to see it fill up as you do the different levels.
Right.
and then you get the end level, and then another set of graphics and stuff like that. With things like Last Ninja, because of the 3D-ness, I basically sort of programmed that. Just I worked it out in advance and just sort of sat and plotted all on graph paper. It was very tedious, but it was so complicated to try and get all the 3D and non-3D elements together that I didn't bother writing the tool for that. It would take longer to write the tool than to write the game, I thought. So I just sort of went ahead and programmed it. But so I had that, and I had a little sprite editor which would show you things. It sort of showed you things in different sort of sizes, so you could see what it would look like on a nice monitor, which I made twice as big, because you didn't want to look too blocky compared to like on my fuzzy old television. It was the normal sort of size, just to give a comparison between the different graphics. So So and they were quite, like, I spent a bit of time designing the fonts for them as well. So they were reasonably posh tools, I think, at the time.
I think it's just amazing how you created all these games with on the machine itself in such a short time, and such a creative and fun game. So thanks again. Yeah,
it's so nice to have nothing but compliments.
And I hope you'll be in touch.
I will. Don't worry.
And I hope you'll be in touch, Peter, for if you create something on the Electron, let me know. Yeah,
I will do. Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Xerox Code. Now I think we'll move over to Tricky. Are you still there?
I am still here, but apparently great minds think alike, and Xerox Code's already asked my questions.
Yeah, I think he's asked a few people's questions. So, well, yeah, I think he has, hasn't he? So, well, you had one here, Tricky, saying when you and Gil submitted Geltron, was that you?
Yes. Well, I don't know how much time you ever spent at Superior offices. A friend of mine, Gil, and I sent a game called Geltron in Superior Software, and it came back with a note saying the disk is corrupt, and it was overwritten with Barbarian graphics before Barbarian had been released.
Oh.
So, I think somebody did their got their backup the wrong way around. Like we always did when you're trying to copy a disk and you get them mixed up, swapping, and end up with half of each on both.
I used to have an old-fashioned telephone. This is like a very dodgy anecdote. Like a bell, the one that was wired to the wall, because my old house, my granddad, and the magnets in those old bells were incredibly strong. So if you ever, for some reason, needed to corrupt a disk, I'm not saying that. I don't know why you'd want to corrupt a disk. Maybe just off the top of my head, you were sending a disk to a software company and you hadn't actually finished what you're supposed to have finished. Then you put the disk under the phone, rang it twice, and it corrupted in such a fashion that it was completely gone, but it didn't look like you did it on purpose. And so the Northeast Programming Mafia I had mentioned before would turn up in droves outside my door. They're all very keen to come in, and I made them bring me a can of beer or a bottle of wine in the end. And that telephone would drink quite a lot of it, it seemed to me. But then they sent us an acoustic modem thing, so that was the end of that. Damn. But yes, corrupt disk. I think I only ever went to Superior's office about 2 or 3 times my entire time working there. I met Richard and Steve, and they came up north a few times, and we met them in bars and stuff and shows and things. But I hardly ever went to the office, so I was never there. Maybe the mysterious person who had those source code discs did that. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember when we were in when I was in games, and the courier would turn up for a gold master. He'd quite often bung him like 50 quid to go and fetch us a pizza and come back in 4 hours, kind of thing. we just found something.
Absolutely. Everyone was always running a bit late. I mean, especially in the early days, it was just you, and you hit something that you couldn't quite fix. It was just a case of you could stay up all night, you could stay up all day. It just wouldn't make any difference. You were stuck, and and you always wanted to get something. But yeah, it was a little dodgy at those times now. I mean, yeah.
You sound very deprecating about your technical abilities, but I know you said you didn't put a lot of effort into Predator, but I was looking at it for the first time the other day, and I thought it was really good. I thought the not the gameplay, the technical, the way it looked and the scrolling.
The technical side, I think I put more effort into that side because I knew the gameplay was never going to be that wonderful. Because I think the first level there were only 3 people coming. The very few baddies was just the way it was set up. And the way that, because you have such a narrow field to move in, you couldn't have too many because it would be unfair. You dial it very quickly. So in order to sort of, I always found that if I wasn't interested in the game, I couldn't really write it. It's you know, what a TV show I didn't like very much. I used to do that quite a lot, and it's very hard to get motivated. So I spent all the time trying to make the scrolling work nicely and the character look good, and the things I could control, like, you know, in a reasonable amount of time, I did. I probably spent too long on doing those things, to be honest. I could try and make the gameplay better, but it was almost like it was a lost cause, the gameplay. So I just sort of thought, well, I'll make it as playable as I can, and I'll just try and make it look as pretty as possible. So the technical side, you know, I always think I got by, and I could do it, but I was always, you know, I would struggle to find a new way to do things, and I was better at the compacting things down or working out a clever way to budge to get around this, that, the other. I always felt more of that kind of a programmer rather than a technical genius like some of the other guys are.
Yeah. Well, I thought Predator was technically excellent anyway.
Thank you very much. That's good to hear.
More so now I realise that you're not taking advantage of extra hardware that's in the BBC because you're doing the same thing on the Electron. Although I don't know if that's on the Electron.
The hardware scrolling in the beam, unless it's going at a constant speed and you're never changing direction, was always a bit, you know, flicky around the edges. I mean, and being a bit of, you know, I'd rather have it slower and a bit lumpier than having that flicker. Because again, maybe I have very, very, very slight OCD, and that sort of stuff really makes. I'll call my vision if that happens. I don't like it very much. So I'd rather it was like slower and a bit smoother, a bit lumpier, sorry, than the fast. Often, and as well, often because you had to move like, you know, a full sort of 4 pixels in mode 5, wasn't it? It was going very, very fast indeed, which is, yeah, Gary's games, for example, you know, very fast, and it's very difficult to make a playable game that's moving very quickly. So
yeah. Oh, thank you for the games you've made.
Oh, thank you very much.
And the games you're going to make,
well, we'll see. But yeah, I'm enjoying playing around with the emulators and stuff as well. So.
Thanks, Tricky. Right, I'll just run through some of these quickly. I think you've probably answered quite a lot of this already. So Chris N saying he remembers typing in Haunted House from Electron Music Magazine, so I guess that must have one of yours. And then he's saying Hunky Dory was published by Bug Bite.
It was, yeah.
Did you send the game to any other publishers?
I think I sent it to anybody and everybody. I think because it was the first thing I'd written. I thought, well, that'll be better than the magazine listing. So I'd written around that. So I think I sent it. I sort of went through the list of companies who were doing games, or the ones who advertised, and sort of sent it to everybody. I had made so many copies. I think I'd made 5 copies, so I sent it to 5 people. So it would be the Bug Bite and the ears, Audiogenic Bug Bite. It would be the early part of the alphabet because I just ran out of tapes. But yeah, so I sort of sent it off. And those days, I mean, you know, I think most time you just wouldn't hear back at all. You wouldn't get a rejection letter. You wouldn't get anything. You know, I have no idea if anyone looked at it. And the ones who replied were the sort of companies you want to deal with because at least they replied. You know, so even if they said no. No one ever said no. Really, those always hedged their bets. It's a bit like you know, in TV or music or whatever, that no one really knows anything, so no one ever says no. You get sent the program idea and you say it's not quite right for us at this time. You'd never say this is rubbish, you know, because you just don't know. It might work fantastically well. No one has a clue really. So I always comfort myself with no one knows nothing. So that's my sort of, you know, no one really knows why anyone watches this on television or buys that game or why this one works. Try and work out why Tetris works. I mean, it's a brilliant thing. It's an astonishing thing. I've dreamt Tetris for many years. You know, I became upset, but you know, it's teletext. It's quite not. Yeah. So in the creative sphere, I think it's the joy of it is that no one really knows anything. So I always enjoy that thought.
Right, we've got one from Richard Hanson, which I think he ran Superior Software.
Yes.
And he's saying, thank you very much for an interesting talk and all your kind comments. It's always been a great pleasure to work with you, Peter.
Bless.
And your coding and software development for Superior was absolutely top class.
Oh, that was very nice of Richard.
I want to know, which game gave you the most enjoyment to produce?
Ooh, the most enjoyment to produce. I think that the game that I finished and then looked at afterwards and thought, ooh, yeah, I think it was Thunderstruck 2 was the one that I finished. And I had sort of a list of things that I want to make it smoother and bigger and all this sort of stuff. And it was one that I'd finished, and there was no hassle writing it. And I got to the end and thought, that's just what I wanted to make. And I was really pleased with that. But Spycatcher was the one that I thought that the most polished game I ever did. The one that had, like, you know, had the things that games that had a bit of time spent on them and had memories, little bits of attractive things happening when nothing else was happening, things that weren't just gameplay, like presentation stuff. And, you know, I enjoyed, and because I had a little bit of time, because I was still technically not me and Dylan and all that sort of stuff, and I had a bit of time to play with it. And my first game for them, and I wanted to impress Richard so much. So I spent a lot of time, you know, extra time just making it just look really nice and polished, because that's what I felt the superior game was, because they always were. There was a little bit, you know, they always were nice, that sort of area. So I spent a bit of time on that, and I was yeah, and it was a very, very painless sort of process. And working with them as well was very good. So I'm very pleased to hear from Richard. That's lovely.
Right, I've got a few here from, I think it's Joe Myers. So he's asking, are there any tricks and techniques or mindsets from the BBC era that you still use in work today?
I suppose they're trying to combine two little ideas from something to make a new thing. You know, that's why in telly I was always like sort of, you know, I was always sort of making stuff, like making a, they're trying to make a sitcom and a factual show. It's when my cat's whining again. Trying to make a sitcom and a factual show together. It's like making two shows at once. It's very hard to do. But if you pull it off, yeah, and you've got people like David Williams who's quite funny, but you know, he could do the factual stuff when we forced him to. Yeah, it just makes the show a little bit different, a little bit. And then when I went into animation, you know, using video game systems to make animation for TV hadn't been done, and it meant we could make stuff for budgets for like late night Channel 4. Original 10 minutes of animation a week, which was being produced on 4 PCs at the time. Each PC had cost £10,000, so they're quite nice PCs for the time. It'd be hilarious nowadays, 1997 spec, and software that cost £5,000 a unit. But once we bought that, we were making the, you know, and we used the same shots over and over again and played them backwards. And we stored things in different ways to. We did a library of standard shots of the backs of people's heads and just put new voices on the top. All these little things that sound like sort of, you know, that came from programming games in the 8-bit era, because we didn't have the memory, we didn't have the ability to move lots of things on the screen. We had to be quite inventive, and so without that, you know, I think that helped me to. And then so after making late night stuff for no money, we got a bit more money to make stuff for Saturday mornings and a bit more money to make. And the final series I was doing were like £10 million budget, big things, huge spreadsheeted American dominated things, which kind of put me off in the end. I'd rather make my little British shows, but that market kind of disappeared. So but while it lasted, it was a blast, and it all came from the 8-bit days of having to do everything myself. So every, you know, just finding bish bash bosh, to finding a way around a hardware limitation or finding a way around an idea limitation, just to do something a little bit subversive and a little bit, you know, sticking in some comedy in the thing that's supposed to be factual, you know, whatever. Just you know, always try to do that.
And right, and well, I think Joe sent several. I think one of which you've answered, which is when you're laying out the screens. It's saying, did you do it on paper? It sounds like you tried to do it electronically when you could, did you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, eventually. I mean, my initial ones were all on just graph paper. I managed to find some graph paper that was like roughly screen size, so it was sort of very convenient. And I had this great big expanse of hardwood floor in my freezing cold bedroom upstairs that I would just have for all the screens. There weren't very many to begin with because there weren't many screens, but you know, the map of Thunderstruck 2 was quite big, quite long, so you know, and it was all laid out there. There's also something to show people. They say, look, that's my new game, and they think, oh, look, bits of paper, because otherwise there's nothing to show anybody when you're writing a game. It's like, it's all, yeah, I'm busy writing the routine that does the high scores. It's not really very, very interesting. But so yes, but I wrote tools after a while because it just made the whole process quicker. When it's more screens, the quicker you can do them, the better.
And he's also asked, which games on other machines that you owned during the BBC era inspired you? Because it sounds like you had a fair collection of. I wanted to ask about that actually. Where did you get all the money for all them machines from? Did you flog one and then buy another one, or did you just?
Well, with the first ones, basically, I would just take them back to the shop within a few weeks because they'd normally die. I mean, literally, at least half of them would die. I didn't encourage any of them to die by leaving them on in a hot room or anything. I didn't at all do anything like that. I mean, I had no money. I was like, bit really, whatever. But a lot of them, you know, we advertised to have this, that, and the other, and do this, that. And then I remember getting the Auric one that was supposed to have all this memory, but the garbage collection bit of the basic didn't work at all. So you'd run a program 5 times and it would crash with no memory, even though it had 48K and the program was 4 lines long, because it was just a really flawed, terrible ROM. And you couldn't get the money back because the ROM was flawed, because the person in the shop would go, oh? And, you know, but you could, if the keys were stuck underneath the stupid little keyboard, that you could easily push them in, to be honest. So I didn't actually buy, I bought one computer and took it back and got refunded, bought another one. And because I was, you know, buying them on a Visa card, I could get refunded through them if I had to. So I basically had every computer because they were unreliable. And I sort of fiddled the system slightly to get every computer, just because I could. And that gave me some experience. So Paradroid, I mentioned, I thought was a really inventive game because it was a shoot 'em up, but you know, you had to move through these droids. The graphics were lovely, and that was a Brave game as well. I loved that one on the C64. But as soon as I got an S and started playing Mario, I just thought this is a different level of game, because it's a gamer's game. It's all gameplay. It's not no graphics. It's no, you know, everything is blue and brown, tiny little sprites, but the playability was just stunning. I met Miyamoto twice. If you remember the second time, I met him the first time. Although I did turn up with a big fat kid wearing silver trousers because he was my presenter at the time. He remembered him, not me. But and you know, I almost where I'm not worthy type moment, because the Mario games are just the finest. The SNES and the N64 especially, absolutely stunning. The only games I ever really played till I fell asleep on the console and everything, because I love them so much. So I think of all the games, the Mario games are the ones that just so much respect for.
Cool. I mean, yeah, thank you for that. Sorry, I'm getting more questions coming in still. So I've got one here from Stuart. He's saying, "Hi Colin, great talk again. Did you ever consider or do master enhanced titles?"
I don't think I did, actually. I think that's talk about doing some of the multi-load games, like maybe just having them all load in one lot, but there didn't seem to be much of a point. I just have to let my cat out again, because my cat, as I say, he wants to go out. 2 seconds. Go on. There you go, out. Typical cat, whines to be in, whines to be out again. But again, because by the time the Master came out, the market was slightly sort of it was like and splitting up the machine to have 2 separate hardware versions in some ways made things a little bit more complicated. So I we talked about Superior about doing that, and I know they did other games that were Master enhanced, but in the end, you know, it was some extra memory, and because the games would have to work on the BBC and the Electron to make any sense at all to do, then I just didn't really, not for lack of wanting to, just didn't really have the chance to do it. So.
Yeah, I'm guessing did the publishers not ask you for those? I guess, did they? Because it's probably quite a small market.
Well, we talked, like when they came out. I remember talking with Richard and Steve at Superior, and just like saying, well, should we do? You know, I could do the multi-load games. We could put them together, and they sort of worked out how many extra units they thought it might. And because it wouldn't be an enhancement to the actual gameplay, because redesigning the whole game around just having a bit of extra memory, you could maybe make the screen bigger. And I did think about it, and I did play around with, you know, some of the extra memory and stuff, but working out how to do a few different things. But I don't think, in the end, they said financially it wasn't worth it for them to have to do the different sort of, you know, different mastering and everything as well. So because it was always quite a small segment. I don't know how much, I can't remember how much, but it wasn't ever a big segment. Of the games that I did, the Electron was like much bigger part of it than most other people who are writing games on both, because, you know, because I'd started there, I suppose, and, you know. So the Electron bit was always a bigger percentage for my games, I think, than most other authors. This are more BBC games than me, but there we are.
Right, cool. I've got one here from Trevor. He's saying, Superior is still publishing. Have you been tempted to reboot any of your work with Superior Interactive?
I haven't actually, but I know they're still publishing, and I think which has been very sensible, and, you know, keeping the rights to things, and where other people haven't really. I know, you know, it might cause some friction here and there, but he did pay for these things, and you know, they are his. But all the stuff I did, you know, he paid for his, you know, the Spears stuff. And I did fiddle around when I was playing with emulators and stuff about, because I thought Thunderstruck might be quite nice, but you know, then you look at a modern game and think, oh my god, you know, apart from the shooting in the face thing, they're all, you know, much more teams of hundreds and all this sort of stuff. Games don't need that to be good, and if sometimes it makes it much worse. Yeah, some of the nice little indie games on your phone I enjoy more than the big company. But I've been fiddling programming on I got a development kit and became a developer on iPhone just out of curiosity, and the tools for an iPhone, you know, you almost don't have to write the game; it writes itself. It's so easy. I mean, very basic stuff, but yeah, but getting a little I got a little platform game working. I didn't put the Thunderstruck sprite in. I would need to convert it and everything. It was a bit too lumpy, so I just did a tiny little thing in. So yeah, and I did a little bouncing ball actually on my iPhone. So, but then of course my iPhone wiped itself because the development kit's not particularly stable, and it was a bit annoying. No one could call me for like 12 hours, but never mind.
Right. Oh, somebody's asking here, were you responsible for Gail's Campus Capers on live TV? It's not one I saw on live TV.
Responsible is a big word. I was involved. My job title on the business card they gave me, giggling as they gave me it, head of stupid ideas. 12 months I spent in that channel, the Mad. My one suggestion to the people when I got there was, after being there for 3 months, why is this channel live? Because most of the shows were like pre-recorded, you know, they're just people talk about videos and music and stuff. So, and the boss went, genius, and then they fired half the staff and recorded everything in a big batch every day, and so it wasn't live anymore. So slightly against the name of the station, but you know, it's television, and it was a terrible idea. Basically, live TV was only set up because the Daily Mirror wanted to get the Premiership, because the Premiership was just starting. And they knew if they got the Premiership, they could rival Sky and use International and Murdoch. And so the whole station was a ruse by the cable companies who wanted to beat Sky, and they lost the Premiership to Sky because they didn't get it. They didn't offer enough money. So that station limped on for a few months after they lost that. But I knew the deal was going on because I knew Piers Morgan at the time was quite senior in the whole organisation. Who can tell the Piers Morgan? And Kelvin McKenzie, who was the editor of The Sun, was running the channel, and it was a hilarious place. It was just full of I'll give you one anecdote from live TV. We had a news bulletin. We tried structuring newsreaders, but it took too long to read out the stories. So you know, trying to make the news interesting. We had a man in a rabbit costume, the live TV news bunny, doing things. Everyone had to dress up as news bunny at least once. I did it on Wimbledon. I was doing tennis stuff in the background of the shot. The guy would read the news from with his foot, working the auto cue, all made for like 10 pence. And I said, wouldn't it be funny if the news was read by a goldfish one morning at 9 o'clock? And we just have little thought bubbles pop up, bloop, 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 you know, the news from the goldfish. The boss went, genius, get on there in 2 hours. So I went and got a goldfish. We put in the lights. The newscaster's going, what am I doing? I said, well, just type up the bubbles. You can do the bloop, bloop, bloop noises. So he typed up the bubbles. And at 11 o'clock that morning, the 11 o'clock news came on, and the goldfish swam around, Britain's wettest news. And the things would pop up, and the captions, bloop, 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 bloop. And, you know, it's only 2 minutes long, this thing. Everything was short. And the boss came in and went, that's genius. Let's go and have a drink of champagne to celebrate. So we went off to have a glass of champagne. And, you know, came back at like sort of 11:15 the next. But we'd left the lights on the goldfish, and it had sort of slightly expired. So the newsreader, black armband, our headline story at noon is the death of the wettest newsreader in Britain. And thankfully, we didn't have to make any more of them. It was that kind of station. It was that, you know, you don't get to do that on television at all, ever. The highest ratings we ever got were pointing a camera out the window when the IRA tried to blow up Canary Wharf Tower that we were based in. And we got like the ratings went through the roof. And they used to sell all the blooper reels of people being attacked on the streets working for our terrible station. We made a fortune from the blooper reels. So it was a very strange place. I made bingo. I mean, it's just astonishing. And if we got one number wrong, it would cost the company millions of pounds. So it was terrifying. So, yes, not many people worked in that strange little bubble when television was that weird. And then I went to work for Plan 24, who were making the words. So it was all people being sick in the buckets and the big breakfast and, you know, jolly happy in the mornings, Saturday morning kids TV for adults. And and the first reality show Survivor, which I worked on. The first episode we did, which was in Sweden, the contestant got kicked off and killed himself. I thought, well, that's the end of reality television. Sadly, I was wrong. Oops. Big Brother, which they turned down, and yeah, brilliant formats that no one watched and terrible formats that everyone watched. It's been an experience anyway.
Oh, back to the games. I've got one here from Scary Beast, and he's asking. He wants. I have to keep it fairly brief, but he wants to know about sales figures. He was surprised that Predator was the biggest numbers. Do you remember how many it were, and any other numbers like Spycatcher, SimCity, Last Ninja?
I mean, I did try and look them up, but because of the compilations thing, it's very, they were reported like 0.25 of a sale if it was on a split against Sam because it was a quarter, and so it's difficult to. I really couldn't get anywhere. I remember 20,000 being a good number of units to sell of a game in a year. That was seen as a success. Towards the end, sort of the middle towards the end, I'm sure a lot more. Electron was like up in the high hundreds of thousands or millions, but all the different versions. But and I always remember like 20,000 was a good sales figure because the sort of advance I'd get would be say half of that sales. So if I didn't get anywhere close, it wouldn't pay the advance off. So yeah. So you talk about this sort of towards the end, it was sort of 20, 30,000 copies. Predator sold more than that in the 3 weeks before Christmas or something. I mean, it was like a ridiculous amount. And I had literally spent I spent a bit of time prepping it because we knew it was going to be the next thing, but I couldn't officially start work on it, properly until I had signed the deal because it could have fallen through. So so per day, the amount of money I earned from that was like like being a consultant for like I don't know the track and trace software for coronavirus and earning that much money. But yeah, it's however much they earn. But yeah, it was where SimCity it didn't sell 20,000 like in the first year, but it sold 10,000 or so, and the next year it sold 10,000, and the next year so it did very very steady sales. So in the end, I'm sure the time I spent on it was justified in the amount of money I earned. Like in the ways I used to justify in my own head. I mean, it's all a bit theoretical because the money would turn up so far after you'd finished it that was not really trying to connect them together. All is a bit random, but you do try and do these things to try and be logical.
Right, now I've come to the end of the written ones. I've got a thank you though from S Badger. He's saying thanks today and forever. He considers you a 6502 conversion machine and a legend.
Well, I have no words to thank you very much. I'm very flattered. Conversion machine.
On that note, I think Dave wants me to hand over to him. He's going to ask you a couple of questions.
Obviously, Richard Hanson's been listening in. I think it was actually during the break. I alluded to a thread on Stardot, an old thread where somebody speculated could the Barbarian controversy could it have been manufactured by the publishers? So, but it's been a pretty within the Acorn scene, it's been a pretty firm denial there from Richard. The Barbarian controversy definitely wasn't manufactured by Superior. Acorn user objected to the advert. So there we go. I will update that thread when I get a chance. I remember there was like a thing because Acorn user was sent to schools because obviously the BBC Mike were being in schools. So I'm sure it was all about the fact that this was being sent to schools where it could be seen by all the children who blah 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 blah. Think of the children, like that woman the Simpsons keeps saying. So I'm sure that the schools connection was probably the reason because it caused it didn't. It caused offence because it was like a busty lady, but. And although she did cut people's heads off, she wasn't a princess being rescued. It wasn't sexist in that way that nowadays would be much worse. But it caused controversy in other areas in that it was quite a raunchy sort of picture. But I think the BBC Micro and Electron were the only markets where they that's even better. The only markets where they actually covered up the thing. At least they haven't even covered his boobies. They've just covered up his midriff. That looks worse. It looks like they're naked underneath and actually having sex. That's dirtier.
Yeah, what's he doing with his hand?
Is that a sword he's holding in front of him? Or you see, that to me looks it always looks ruder when you try and cover something up, as I know from trying to cover up the Games Mistress's nipples in that rubber dress. It always looks worse when you try and blur something out or cover it up, just than to leave it to be what it normally is, unless it's really filthy to begin with, which obviously it wasn't. So, that's really bad. A bad post-it note stuck over it.
Yeah, so obviously we were talking about, was Barbarian 1 obscured as well, and Richard sent this link. So this is again, it's Acorn user 90, looks as if it's August 1988. And I think this is the one you shared before, Peter. Again, I think it might have been during the break when we weren't recording. So, but this is Barbarian 2, Acorn user 89, April 89, and there is
at least
Maria Whittaker with a dress.
So they've attempted to draw a dress roughly around her sort of, not around her curvy shape, but around it sort of looks like it could be, apart from being just one colour yellow with no shading, she's wearing like a Felicia Beacon. Wow, that's a thing, isn't it?
You think that's been done with AMX art?
I think it's been done with a yellow marker pen by the looks of it. I mean, it's not. Oh dear. They've made her purposely made where her arm is made it look like she's got no boobs at all, which is just really astonishing. And the way they've coloured it in where her hand is around the dagger looks really bizarre. Like she's got like a dislocated shoulder. That's not very good, is it?
It is very crude, isn't it?
No attempt at shading. I mean, I'm sure if they said. I mean, this was the second one as well. I mean, it's one of those things that I remember at the time being slightly worried that, oh God, they're going to ban the game. I might not get any money. But 5 minutes later, I just thought no one's going to be. That's ridiculous. And I'm so I'm sure Richard was the same. I'm sure he was initially quite worried because causing offence to someone isn't something that you really particularly want to do. Not in those days. You might do it nowadays, I suppose, but not in those days. And last thing I do with a video game is make people not buy it. But I'm sure he realised after 5 minutes as well. Well, this will, if anything, people will laugh about this, and that'll be the end of it.
Okay, well, I think that wraps up everything there is to say on Barbarian. The last thing I wanted to just share. This is something we talked about in our trial session a few weeks ago, Peter, and what reminded me of it was just earlier in the QA, I think Tricky asked you about Commando, which you obviously didn't write, but you answered the question. You knew he was talking about Predator, the other Arnie game. I think we all knew that, and he did correct it. But this is something, because originally when, as I say, the first draft of the slides Jason Nicholls put together, not the smutty Maria Whittaker slides, that was me. I'll hold my hand up and confess. And the Jet slides, the Diane knew that they were me as well. But he did add a slide for Ricochet because I think the BBC Games Archive interview with you from probably the late 90s did have a question in there.
No, I got confused like I did with you guys about Ricochet and Ballistics being quite similar.
There you go. So Ricochet was probably your biggest ever original game, and that was news to me. But then when I looked at the picture of Ricochet, I thought, well, it's Peter Scott colours. It's Peter Scott. Could it actually be? But no. You've answered the question.
Yeah, it's like there were two quite similar ball-based games. So it wasn't me. I did have to look that up because things do get murky after 35 years. I did, and one bouncing ball game that was written like quite quickly. It could be another one. So I did look it up, and I had nothing to do with Ricochet. Ricochet's a great game, by the way. It's a lovely game. I like Ricochet a lot. So
cool. Right, so that's me done. So back to you, Dominic, I think, for the wrap up.
Right. Yep. Thank you very much, Peter. That has been like a bit of an odyssey. You've kept going.
I've kept going. Yeah.
You've got bags of energy at the start and the finish.
Well, give me a chance to talk about myself, and I'm quite happy just talking away, as you've probably noticed. But no, I've really enjoyed it. Really nice going down a memory lane around this sort of stuff, and the things people have been saying have been really flattering. It's an old man very happy. Thank you very much.
ransack.
Not dying at the end of the level.
Very replayable. It's a really, really good game.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, really well done.
Beautifully smooth.
Ah,
It is, isn't it? It's a real smooth. I'm sure you're going to be discussing some of that anyway later.
Will be, yeah. That's nice to see it running.
Kills me at the end of the level every single time.
Well, you got the end level though, which is more than but I could probably get to.
We did this on a high score challenge on Stardot, I think last season. At least if it wasn't last season, it would have been the one before. And when I was testing it out to see how it was going to work on for this high score challenge, I got through the first level first try, and that's unusual because it's the timing is tight on that level.
It is quite tight, actually.
Yeah, but you really have to know where you're going to be jumping and what's coming. It's part learned and part just straight timing.
I think that's probably why not many people have done a sort of a bouncing game mixed with a shoot 'em up, which is, I wanted to combine the two things together when I wrote that one. So that was sort of because so you have to know where you move across the screen to hit the right part of the floor as well as shoot things. So it's like sort of three things at once. So.
Yeah, and if you happen
It matters where you bounce from.
Sorry?
It matters where you bounce, does it?
Oh yeah. If you land on some surfaces, it's like sort of takes energy off you.
1 minute. Sorry.
That'd be why I keep on dying then.
Yes.
Yeah. I was wondering that because when you get on level 2, I die very quickly, usually for what seems like no reason.
I think it's the bright colours, like sort of it's the cyan and yellow sort of stipply together colours. That's like sort of electrified, I believe. That's what I would say it would be. And so it takes sort of power off you. So avoid landing on anything yellow. It should make a funny noise if you land like an sort of noise. If I remember correctly. Although this is, dredging my memory slightly because it was 1980. Something.
Yeah, about 40 years ago.
Oh my God, 40 years ago.
Almost, yeah. 10 seconds, guys.
Wasn't worth starting this game, was it?
Not for 10 seconds.
I'm starting another one now.
3, 2, 1, stop. That's the alarm. Okay, as usual, post your scores and I'll get it together as quickly as I can.
Have to wait to die a few times.
It's going to kill itself a few times yet.
Lots of death sound effects.
I'm surviving longer not playing it.
You'd be seeing a sort of particularly well-judged playable game in a minute.
I forget, is this a joystickable game as well, too?
No.
No.
No, it isn't.
It might suit a joystick a little bit.
It would do, actually, yeah, definitely. But at the time, I didn't really... There's so many different sorts, and obviously I tended to write stuff on the Electron first, then the beep, and that was different again. So, and I didn't have a joystick at all at any point. So
you kind of have to have one to test it, don't you?
Yes, I think it's sort of a prerequisite, really. But although I did manage to like sort of do a few things here and there without ever having the right hardware. I wrote some stuff on the Amiga for like later on for. A spec of a machine I didn't have, but I was told what to do, and it seemed to work. I did a few things like that on the PC as well, but not on the BBC or Electron.